Wine woman, wine woman. Wine woman squared. It's me, BopsMcPops, and joining me is Sad Panda Effects.
Hello.
But she's probably just gonna take a nap.
Probably.
We have some goals, but I can't go out. Actually, hold on. Can't go out looking like this. Can't go whining and dining looking like this. Now, I know my house setup is bad, okay? Don't worry about that right now. With my cat. So, we have some goals, and I'll go over the goals of the stream. But first, we gonna get some fashionscape. Yes. Ah, come on. Get on in there. Yeah, that's fine. I get these for free. Like any GP's magic. Oh, probably more like 2. Any GP coming into mine, that's free money. 268 GP, that's just free right there. Anyway. We gotta get our fashions going on, and for this stream I need to wear my red pea hat and my clan cloak. I'm not gonna wear the Vexillum. I'll put the staff away. Okay, now I just gotta find something else to wear with this. Do I have anything I want to wear in here? I'm almost ready to put all of my stuff in my treasure chest and my costume closet and whatever, but not quite yet. I don't think I want to wear anything in there. Let's check the fancy dress box. I don't think there's anything I want to wear in here. Oh, so close. I'm so close to being able to fill this out. The only thing I need is the steel baguette, and on also 80 house making skill, whatever that's called. Okay, so there's Santa. I'm thinking I want to look nice, not necessarily crazy in any way. I gotta wear the red party hat. That's our RHFB is red hat flapper boys. And so we wear maybe the Hugley. I actually think I want to wear my rainbow jumper. And is there anything I can wear as like pants? What is this? Let's put this on. Let's put these on. And let's see what kind of pants I can find that matches the outfit. Lumberjack costume has pants. I don't think any of these match really. Kind of running out of options. Oops. Nope. They don't look like that. Let's try something else. These anti-panties. Where did I get these? They don't match. Gravedigger, Mass Killer, Rainbow Scarf. Oh. So close, but not even remotely close. Okay, let's try. That would be cute. But I don't have it. I'm working with a lot. Nope, nope. No. These... Oops, not the hole. Actually might be perfect. Those are the best for now. Let's see if I can find anything better. Oops. Oh wow, I literally don't have the... I think that's beginner actually. And I don't think I have anything in either of the other ones. I haven't gotten any of the drops. I don't think I have any of the drops in medium. Okay, so 2 more. I think armor case. Try that just in case. I don't think they're gonna really look that great, but just in case. Really don't think those are gonna look good. Now let's try them out. I think the black pants are gonna be the best. No. 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 Okay. Put them all in. I don't think I have barely anything. I have a lot of collecting to do. Storm Cruiser. Yeah, I like... Ah! Excuse me. Okay, that's that. I know my house layout is really bad, but I wasn't expecting to get... What's going on over here? Oh, they're playing. That's my little cat. Oh. Or there's Beaverly. What's Beaverly up to? There's my pet rock. Did my beaver just hiss? Alright. Let's go to the GE. And get rid of all this stuff for now. I don't think these will work. No, it doesn't look good. Clashes. And we'll get going with the goals. Alright. I forgot what one is Lummy. Ah, I forgot another thing. Okay, that's fine. We're in it for a while. This is gonna be a long stream. But I have creepypastas lined up. And we have some RuneScape music lined up. This is gonna be a gay old time. I'll get to the goals in 2 seconds once we get to the bank stand. Now, taking a look at my skills really quick. I have a lot of XP. Starting to lag, that makes me nervous. I almost have 20 mil XP. Most of it is from cooking, and most of it is from cooking wines, and I didn't mean to do this. I kind of accidentally started this whole ordeal. Just making the wine man. That was just me messing around, just trying to get, I think it was like 75 cooking, or maybe, yeah, I think it was just 75 cooking, and then I accidentally got 97 cooking, and so the goal is to get 99 cooking. Now, I've said it before, and I'll probably, I want to just try to do this. I don't think it's really feasible to do this. I want to try to get 10k unfermented wines. Now, if we go on the bank, if we go into my bank standing tab, got 10k grapes, 10k jugs of water. Theoretically, if I were to make 10k unfermented wines and 10k, if I were to make 10k wine, I should be 99. So let's just do some silly math, because I'm not very good at mental math online. But if I look at this, oh yeah, I forgot I did this. Let's close this. I started from 4.2 mil. How do I do it without cooking? These are kind of quests, so I gotta do. I've already done most of them. What is this? Oh, I can just do it here. Remaining XP, 59k for the level. So I'll be. Oh, that's fire making. 771k for the level. That'll be 98. And theoretically, I should. I need. Wait, we gotta. I've done the math before. It should be right, but I don't know. So, alright, first goal. Also, I'm very tired, so that is also going to make this a lot more challenging. Let's try to do this. Watch me do this. Okay, so let's get oh, that's way too small. Okay. Is that better? Okay. And 99 cooking. That's it. That's the goals. Let's change the color. Can I do that? Yeah, I can. Make it runescapey. That's cool. I'm a little nervous. Alright, it's 2:30. It's time to start. Let's get this going. And we'll just see. Oh, one more thing. I'm sorry. I wanted to try. I might just do it how I did it the other time. Oh, that doesn't look great. looks better. Doesn't need to be great or anything. Just a little timer. Okay, I'm actually really nervous to start, because once I start, then I'm going. But I think I just need to start. Okay, everybody. First, we are going to go here, and then we're going to go here, and then flip back. Then I'm going to get in my inventory. We're going to set it up. So I just need 14. And then I'm going to grab this, and this is when it starts. The second I go over here, I'm going to tab out and start the timer. Okay. I think it's going. That's it. 10k wine. I'm ready for the long haul. I don't think I'm gonna be doing the most insane amount of talking. Because we're tired. Natalie took me to work, and Dorian got out of school today because he was so well behaved. Natalie wanted to take him to work, and when I got here to pick Natalie up, it was news to me, but I thought it was fun. So we've been brainstorming names. I was originally going to change my name to Natalie's last name because I wanted the baby. We're having a baby. And I wanted the baby to have the same name as us. But I also wanted the baby to have the same name as Dorian, because Dorian has his biological father's last name. And there's nothing wrong with that, and I was more than happy to let him keep his last name, because that's the same opportunity I had when I was a kid. But I was just thinking about when I was a kid, I knew my family was my family, but I did feel a little separated from them, having a different last name. And so it was important to me that the baby and Dorian and Natalie and I all had the same last name. And I was more than happy to change my last name for Natalie. Natalie didn't want to change her name for a man. And I was more than happy to take her last name. But yesterday my sister asked Natalie if, instead of changing it to Beck, we both changed our last names to my father's name, because everyone in the family has that name. And I was more than happy to do it, but I knew it was going to be a hard sell for Natalie. But because Holly asked, it was a pretty easy sell. I'm responsible to find all the necessary documentation and paperwork that we need to do to change my last name, Natalie's last name, Dorian's last name, and then the baby is just gonna be born with the last name. And I think that would make us a really united family, a very strong family. Of course, they have the opportunity to change their name to whatever they want when they get older. But when I was a kid, I was very stubborn when it came to names. I wanted to, have my own individuality, and my name was important to me. And so when my family changed their last names to my father's last name, I decided to keep my same last name. And I didn't do it because I didn't like their last name, and I didn't do it because I didn't love them. I wanted to keep my own individuality. I wanted to keep my own identity. And that name became my identity. But I did feel it's not that I didn't feel close to my family. They were my family, and I loved them, and I knew I was a part of the family. But I did feel like this very slight outsider feeling. Anyway, all this to say, I talked to Dorian about it, and I asked him, because I've asked if he wanted to change his name to Brown so we would all have the same last name, and he didn't want that. But then today I asked if he wanted to change his name to my father's last name, and he was super excited to do that. So we're really excited. The family's gonna have the same last name, and I'm also changing my middle name, because right now my name is Brandon Darrell Beck. That's fine, that's been my name my whole life, but I thought, well, if I'm changing my name, I should change my name all the way. Because I've really wanted, secretly I really wanted to have a boy, but we're having a girl. And I wanted a girl. I wanted a boy and a girl equally as bad, but I was kind of hoping I got a boy, because Natalie let me change the middle name to whatever I wanted. And I wanted to name them Fredrickson or Stanley after my grandfather. He was a huge positive male role model in my life. And when I found out it was a girl, I was kind of bummed out I wouldn't be able to change their last name or their middle name to that. And it's not that I couldn't. I'm sure if I were to talk to Natalie, I'm sure we would have come to some kind of conclusion. But the names that she picked out for the baby is really pretty. And I didn't want to insert my grandfather into that name just because she already has a pretty big name. And I was thinking, well, if I'm already changing my name to her last name, I should change my middle name to my grandfather's name. So instead of Brandon Darrell Beck, it looks like I'm going to be changing my name to Brandon Stanley San Angelo. I think that has a nice ring to it. The person for Daryl that I was named after, I've never met. They didn't have any real part in my life. I don't really know them. I don't really know much about them other than the stories that my mom had told. But I thought I would change my own middle name to Stanley to have a little piece of him in my life, in my name, in my identity. Another very positive male role model I had was a man named Taylor. Basically, ever since I started middle school, I've been working after school at the local theater, the performing theater, not the movie theater. And he was like the guy who did the things. He was the guy with the lights. He did the lights, he did the sounds, he did all the electrical stuff, he did the spotlights. And so I was basically go grab me this wrench kind of work as a kid. But over the years, as I learned more, I helped out more in more significant ways. And during the summers, I would operate the spotlight. And I learned a lot from Taylor. He was another very positive male role model in my life. Natalie also has a really good friend that unfortunately passed away when they were really young. Their name was Taylor too. And I know if I were to name myself Stanley Taylor, I think it would also have memories for her. But also, I think Natalie knows someone that goes by Stanley. But honestly, that person doesn't bother me at all. And it has nothing to do with them, so I'm not even gonna think of them when I'm barely thinking about my grandfather. So yeah, I asked Dorian if he wanted to change his name, and he was super excited to. So now we're all gonna be the San Angelos. We're joining the family. I could have done it when I was 10. It only took me 20 years, but I'm doing it along with my wife and my son, and my little baby's gonna be born with the name. We're all really excited. Natalie was so excited today to go shopping. Oh. Did I already fail? I didn't already fail. Oh my gosh. I already almost failed. Okay, we're taking a timer off. Timer is actually making my game really laggy. Don't have the best setup. That's okay. And then what else do I have on here? I can't get distracted too much. Alright, let's see. How close are we to 1K? We're getting there. We're almost 800. Yeah, my life has been going really, really well lately. It's going well and it's not going well at the same time. We're human. I'm relatively optimistic on the stream, but sometimes I get really bogged down by the stress that I have in my life. Can you hear Natalie? But a lot of the stress that I had in my life, I wasn't alone. I felt alone, I felt trapped, I felt alone, and like, Natalie was telling me, you should talk about it, you should talk about it, and I was like, I've been telling her everything that was going on, but just because, like, I told her everything, like, face value, it didn't mean that I was actually, like, telling her what was actually bothering me. And so, lately, in the past couple of weeks, I've been really, really, anxious and worried and really, really bogged down and just so lethargic. It was really hard for me to get out of bed, and I realized I was using RuneScape as a coping mechanism. I was using it as a distraction, and I didn't want to play my favorite game as a distraction. I didn't want this game to turn into like a crutch for anything. And so I started actually talking to Natalie about it. Like, what I was actually afraid of, I was actually on edge. And it's just relatively personal, so I'm not going to talk about that on stream. But I cried, and Natalie was there. And after I cried, I felt a lot better. I got a lot of weight off my shoulders. And it just goes to show you that just because I'm telling her the things that I'm feeling, that doesn't mean I'm actually communicating what I'm feeling. And as the last week went on, every day I've been feeling better and better. And I've been able to help more and do more. And that makes me excited. There's still a lot going on that I'm really stressed out about. Like, getting the necessary paperwork to start the process of me moving in with Natalie, and make sure that I don't overstay my welcome in Canada, while also juggling all of these legal paperworks and all these different processes, and then also trying to find where am I allowed to work, where am I not allowed to work, how is this going to restrict me financially, personally. Can I be in the States, or can I be in Canada, or what are the rules when it comes to stuff like that? And so all that stuff is really stressing me out. It's also really stressing me out because the longer I'm unemployed when it comes to terms of being in this, like, stasis mode, I feel like I really do get a lot of satisfaction in life from working. And the longer I'm not working, the more dissatisfied with life I'm becoming. So I really want to start working. So actually, I'm probably going to start looking for some jobs on the US side. I'm going to be like, I don't know how long I can work for, but I want to stay busy. And also, my finances, everybody's struggling today. Everybody's on the struggle bus, but I think it would just make me feel better. I have a huge paranoia around money and time. I get anxious when it comes to money, and I get anxious when it comes to time. If I'm not being the most efficient with either of them, I get really, really worried. And so I feel like just working and having an income, even if it's just a slight increase of my income, that would make me feel a lot better. And also to get busy and do stuff. And ever since Natalie got pregnant, I have been so busy, baby proofing and all of these different appointments. And I know having this leisure work schedule with my father is really, really handy to navigate all of these different time offs and stuff, because I hate asking for time off for work, and I hate trying to cover my shift. I would rather just work. It bugs Natalie crazy. But maybe if I could even just do a part-time job, just to stay focused. And something I have been doing that's been better for my health is I've actually been, we've been meal planning with our groceries, and so we'll plan all our meals when we buy them. Natalie has a habit of just seeing stuff and putting it in the cart, and it drives me crazy. Shopping with Natalie is insanely anxiety inducing, just because when she goes grocery shopping, she just buys for all of the meals, and she doesn't really think about if we have stuff or not. She just puts stuff in the cart, and not even any in particular order. She just goes through the aisles, and if she sees something that she thinks she needs, she puts it in there. And sometimes we had like 3 giant bags of rice, 3 huge things of rice, because she keeps buying more rice, and we didn't even finish the first bag. And I was like, honey, this is a bag of rice, this will last us years. Well, not really, but... And potatoes too. She doesn't know what we have in the house, and she doesn't organize the groceries. Even if we plan the groceries and we have a list, she'll still just put random stuff in the cart. But that's what we do when we're in love. We just put up with each other's little nitpicks. I really do love Natalie. I love her so much. She's snoring over here. She's in a lot of pain right now because of the baby. The baby's making her sick, and the bigger she gets, the harder it is to get out of bed. But she also has either psoriasis or eczema. But whatever it is, it's like an extreme eczema or psoriasis, but I don't think it's psoriasis. The doctor actually thought it was like bugs, and then we were freaking out having all these bugs around, but it turns out it wasn't bugs, so thankfully we didn't have bugs in the house. But we do now. We have a fly problem, and it's really annoying. Yeah, her skin is like constantly on fire. She's constantly itching and scratching, and she itches so hard that she starts tearing apart her skin sometimes. And that's probably a little bit too much information. But I feel bad for her. We saw the dermatologist the other day, and the only solution is a steroid, but we can't use the steroid because she's pregnant. So Natalie is constantly sick and lethargic, and her skin is on fire. I feel really bad for her. No. When we have the baby, this should be around May 16th, May 15th-ish. When we have the baby, she'll be able to get the steroid for her skin. Yeah, we went to the store today and we got a whole bag full of baby clothes because we just found out the gender. Natalie is so excited. I wanted a girl too. I wanted a girl, but I would have been super happy with the boy. And I liked the idea of naming the boy after my grandfather. But I would have been happy either way. I would have been more than happy either way. Natalie really wanted a girl. And so I was happy to have a girl because it made Natalie happy. Almost 800. So we're almost a tenth of the way. So the biggest problems that I have what stops me from being able to complete my unfermented wine goals, it's really more of just like a little game I play just to like stay interested in doing the tedious work that I'm doing. I wanted to do 1K unfermented wine, and I got that. That's actually not bad to get. And then I wanted to do 5K unfermented wine, and I almost did it while playing with my sister. But my internet logged. My internet, I cut connection for some reason. And then so I was like, oh, the second I get back in, I'm getting that drop. And then when I got to almost 5K, like 4.5K, and I didn't get my goal of 5K, that's like a mil. I was so upset that I was just like, tomorrow I'm making a stream where I get 10K unfermented wines. It's gonna test my patience. It's gonna test me. It's just gonna test my patience, and I just want to do it. I want to do a long grind. 10K wine is not a huge grind. I usually, when I practice cooking or I'm making wine, I probably make far more than that every day. It just feels like I'm not making that progress. 10K wine, unfermented wine, so without getting the XP drop. So I want to say quick math, that's 2 mil for one drop. And I'm skeptical the more I think about it. I'm skeptical the more I think about it that I'll actually get 99 cooking with just 10K. But the goal isn't really 99 cooking. It is. But if I don't get 99 cooking from 10K unfermented wines, I'll just go to the GE and buy the rest of the wines that I need. With math, that'll be a lot easier for me to calculate, because they're a lot smaller numbers, and I won't feel pressured. Actually, I will be pressured, because I'll be doing it on stream. No, but the math that I did the multiple times I checked it, it all said that was the amount of wine I needed. So I was at 45k or 40k or something, and then I was just making wines. Every time I would make wine, I mostly do it when I'm out and about, and I'm like if I'm at an appointment, they'll take Natalie in first, and so I'll just be sitting there, and I was like, oh, this is the perfect time to just do something to keep my body busy while my mind races. It'll calm me down physically, and I'll just pull out my phone and just do some wine. I don't know how many wines I made. I sold all my wine. I want to know. I don't even know what level I started making wines at, so I can't even do the math. I made lots and lots of wine. When I don't feel pressured to like, oh, I gotta get a 99 right now, and then I do the math of how long it'll take. Like my woodcut, I stopped. Woodcut was my highest skill. But I stopped doing it just because I felt it was hard to AFK. It's not as brainless as it used to be, where I'm just chopping and then looking away at my other screen or whatever. I have to actually pay attention because I need the forestry kit. I need all the amenia or whatever it is. And so, like, I have to actually pay attention to it, but, like, the XP that I get from these wines is insane. Each one of these unfermented wines, when they ferment, it's 200 experience for one wine. And I can make 14 wines in an inventory, and it's so fast. Look, that's one action. That's 200 XP right there. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 8, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 28, 2.8k per inventory, and I can get it really fast. 8, 16. That's actually 40. Alright, there's the first grand. First 1 out of 10. Do I add it on the gold box? I will, but I'm gonna get this next. I got a 10th done. So we are closer. Now we have 9k left. Okay, and so how I do it, it's really simple setup. In the settings, you can toggle on escape to exit, and you can also escape to open the inventory too, so it's really convenient. So, I just bank booth, and it goes right into the bank deposit, 1414, click, click, and then space. So bank, empty inventory, click grapes, click water, and hit escape, and then combine them and hit space. And so I can do it really, really quickly. But I get, what's it called? Used to the action. I get used to it, and then I stop paying such critical attention to it, and I start making mistakes. That's how I ended my run. I don't know if I was on stream or not, but that's how I ended my quote-unquote 5k run or 10k run before, because I accidentally clicked 2 grapes and I freaked out, and slow is smooth, smooth is fast. If you're freaking out and trying to do actions, you're gonna go way slower than you will if you just slowly, calmly correct yourself. So as long as I'm quick and efficient and I stay on top of my game, I could easily get this 10k. The only things I have to worry about is what is it called when you just are used to it? Like, you stop paying hypercritical attention to stuff because every day you do the same thing, and then so you go on autopilot mode, but then you start slipping, you start missing stuff because you're used to the action. As long as I stay on top of that, and as long as my internet connection doesn't drop, and I'm not laggy anymore. That was worrying me, but I also had a lot of pages open and a lot of scenes. I actually, I'm using my old gaming laptop, and it still works really, really, really well. I'll probably have this laptop until I die. We'll see. It's a big claim to make. But it is a little outdated, and the fan works a little too hot. So I was thinking I probably should get, like, some kind of accessory to, like, lift the laptop and cool. But I'm sure there's something like that. But also, even though I've been putting a million hours into this BopsMcPops account with all this live streams that I do, I don't know if you'll believe it or not, but I'm not that much of a gamer. I like to hyperfixate on games, and right now my hyperfixation is RuneScape. But if you look earlier into my streams, my hyperfixation was Minecraft. And every Sunday, I liked streaming so much. I did Scary Saturday or whatever, or Scary Sunday or whatever it was. I have all of the streams of the Harvester games. I have all 4 games completely documented on this channel. I really liked Scary Sunday. I liked horror games. So I like to hyperfixate on games. And I wouldn't really call myself a gamer. I guess I would. I don't really know what the definition of a gamer is, but I've never cared for, like, the really amazing monitors and huge expensive computers. And I mean, I know how a computer works at a base level, but I wouldn't be able to build a PC. I'm sure I could if I tried, if I learned. I know how a computer works, and, like, I just need what I need. This computer is fine for the tiny little streams that I do, and this computer is fine for basic video editing, and this computer is fine for playing the games that I like to play. Obviously, it's not going to run insane games, but I don't really need it to. Every once in a while I'll find a game that I fall in love with, and I'm sure I'll switch my hyper-focus here sometime. But yeah, right now it's RuneScape. You even saw, like, there was a brief stint where I streamed myself making videos. I don't know what it is about the stream that makes me focus and pay more attention to the game. I think actually the fact that I'm streaming, the opportunity for people to view it, focuses me a little bit more. I'm able to talk, just ramble on about whatever, and I think that just helps me, like, organize my thoughts, honestly. And when I do huge grinds like this, I think it just makes me feel like I'm not doing a huge grind. I'm just vibing. That's probably what it is. I like that. I usually don't stream when I'm playing with my friends. I think I had a couple of ideas of streams that I could do with my friends, but it's really when I'd want to do large monotonous tasks that I stream. I think maybe it would be a good idea for me to actually start... Well, I would love to try to make my streams more accessible to people. I know that my streams are, like, very low quality. But if I can't do it with very little effort, it won't happen. Because if I starting to put quality into it, I'll get really freaked out and I'll start hyperfixating on all of the small stuff. It's not fun anymore. It's just like, okay, I'm gonna do a stream and I have all of this stuff that I need. I have all these assets I have to make. and I need to do a face cam, and I need a really good computer, and I need blah blah blah. And then it's just like this huge thing that I get overwhelmed with. Not to say that everything I do creatively I have to be easy to make quickly, or else it won't happen. But the things that I'm truly passionate about, not that I'm not passionate about streaming, I'm hyper fixating on streaming, but by the time I like really start putting all of my eggs in the streaming basket, I'll move on to the next thing. And then by the time I start getting good at that thing, before I start getting really good at it, then I'll move on to the next thing. I don't want to sink a whole bunch of money into something, money and time in something that by the time I actually start making quote-unquote professional streams, it would be a fun hobby to just slowly accumulate things over time, like get my own quality microphone and sound mixer, and actually sit down with a nice little setup with a camera. But these streams are just for fun for right now. I am entering a huge phase in my life where I'm going to be a father. I have a son, and I've known him since he was 2, but I was in the military when he was really young, and I wasn't there when he was born, and so I'm gonna be starting from scratch. I have a lot of good experience with my son, and I've learned a lot with my son, and so I feel like I'm going to be capable of doing this. I know it's going to be way harder. I know it's going to be really, really stressful, but all of the mistakes that I made with Dorian, I've already learned. But this is also different too, because I'm having a girl. Natalie and I are both ADHD, and so the child is going to have ADHD. I don't know if it's going to manifest in the same way that it does with Dorian. I guess we're just going to have to get to know each other. Me and my baby are going to have to learn who we are. So I know that the lessons that I learned with Dorian, I'm going to apply to Elodie, but it's also going to be completely different at the same time. I don't know. You know, it's all experience. I experienced my own childhood, and I learned. I experienced being a father to Dorian, and I learned. And I'm going to experience being a father to Elodie, and I'm going to learn. I think the biggest thing in life that has really, really, really taught me how to navigate life is being a father to Dorian. Actually teaching Dorian life, because I think life is this big abstract thing, and everyone's like, life is hard, life is a challenge, nobody really knows how to navigate life, and I think that's true, but I think it was like all very like a vague concept in my brain, and all of the skills that I learning weren't tangible. And it wasn't until I started being a father to Dorian where all of these things that I was teaching him became tangible. I would look at Dorian and I would notice he's doing things that I'm doing as an adult, and it made me aware of that. It made me aware of things that I was doing that was really childish. And obviously, like, no matter how much, like, I learn and grow, I'm still gonna be a human being, and I'm not gonna be absolutely perfect in any way. I feel like no matter how much I quote-unquote grow, I'm never gonna be done growing. But just having Dorian, it was like, it made all of this vague life experience tangible, and then it gave me more perspective. I think that really helped. I think it would have helped. Natalie and I were really young when we started dating, and Dorian was already 2. So Natalie was a young mom, and I was kind of like a, not even really a stepdad. Because I was in the military and I was constantly gone, so like it was just Dorian and Mama for a long time. Because I was constantly gone. I didn't have any I was always I wasn't there. When I first got out of the military, I was a very strict disciplinarian. I had expectations for airmen, and I was forcing them onto a very small child. And that hurt our relationship. But over time, I learned that military life is way too much for a child. And honestly, military life was way too much for me, too. And so I learned to be slow and forgiving and patient. And, you know, like, sometimes it's like simple, like, when he was younger, he didn't know how to, I don't know, open a box of cereal. And I just roll my eyes and be like, dude, it's a box of cereal, just open it. Just figure it out, it's easy. But as I got older, or excuse me, not older, as I got more self-aware, I was like, this kid has no life experience. So what if he doesn't know how to open up a box? I shouldn't be just like dismissive about it. That just probably makes him feel small. I probably need to be patient with him and show him how to do it. And then he'll know how to do it. Even if it's simple for me. I'm a 30-year-old, well, I don't know, I'm a 20-something-year-old man-child. Obviously, I've opened up a box before. I've opened up quite a few, but, you know, you might just actually genuinely need the help. Kids are genuinely so insanely cool, on the sense that they have no experience in the world, and everything is new to them. I'm talking like as a baby, I was thinking about my little girl Elodie, and I was like, what is she experiencing in there? What is it like for her in there? And I went on this like whole philosophical, what is it called, where I just like sat there and thunk and thunk and thunk. I went on this whole this whole philosophical, like, when does her experience really start? Like, we made her. When does the consciousness start forming? When does her awareness start forming? Where does that even come from? Blah blah blah. Anyway, whatever. She's a baby. She grows up. She's a baby. She's a toddler. She's a little girl. They have no life experience. They have no information. Obviously, they're not going to know how to open up a box. They're not going to know how to do anything. They're not going to know how to put on their shoes. All of this stuff about being a human in today's society is so completely counterintuitive. We didn't have shoes when we were cavemen. Maybe we put like sandalwood under our feet or something. I don't know. I'm making shit up. But you tell a kid that Santa Claus is real and they'll believe it. And why wouldn't they? You're a grown-up who has way more life experience than they do. with Dorian and me being impatient with Dorian, it wasn't that I wasn't being patient with him. I would just be not annoyed. I don't know what the right word is. He would be doing something that I would just be like, okay, it's time to learn how to figure things out for yourself. But he'd get frustrated and give up really quickly. But I didn't really think about it in the sense that he's probably not... It's not that he can't figure it out for himself. I was talking... He's almost... He's 11 right now. I was speaking more of when he was, like, a really little guy. Man, that kid is smart. My boy. He is so smart. He is so smart, he gets away with a lot. Because he's actually smart enough to... He has a tell. If he gets away with something, he's too proud to let it slide under the radar. He wants you to know. But he's a good kid. He gets in trouble in the sense that he doesn't respect authority, and I understand that, because I never wanted to respect authority when I was a kid either. That was actually really challenging. As an adult, trying to enforce standards and rules and schedules with Dorian, because if you tell him to do something, he immediately takes offense to having this new rule and structure. He does it at school too, and the way that I got over that, and the teacher that he has would benefit greatly from taking the same approach, was tricking him into making him do it himself. Not like nefariously tricking him to, I don't know, do his homework, but to just be genuinely patient with him and to have the approach with the thing that he needs to do. And instead of go do this work now, it's more like we have to give him a little bit of time to make himself aware that he has a task to do soon, and to be kind and to be patient, but not to roll over on our boundaries. If he feels like he's losing power in a situation, he's not a bad kid. He just feels like if you were to have power over him, he kind of gets scared. He gets nervous. And so the game isn't to make him nervous to do things. The quote-unquote game is to get him to do these things while not being an authority figure about it, if that makes any sense. Like, get on his level, be kind, be patient. The teacher that he has that he's struggling with is very old school disciplinarian, very military, kind of like I was when I first got out of the military. Very old school. Trying to enforce these standards on children that don't understand why the standards are the way that they are. For Dorian, I don't know about other children, but for Dorian, he responds much better to you if you're on the same level as him. That's where I get the most success out of parenting, is being on his level. I don't want to, like, stand over him and be like this big macho dad and make him feel small. I want to be on his level. But that being said, still enforcing adequate boundaries between yourself and not to. I mean, I love my boy, but he's not my friend. He's my son. And the reason why we're raising him in the first place is so that he will one day be able to take care of himself. And that he will be able to take care of his family maybe one day. Not necessarily that it's all hit on him. That, like, obviously family helps family. But you know what I mean. Being a father to Dorian has taught me a lot about myself. Being a father to Dorian has taught me a lot about how I live life. And I love that boy. He does get in trouble, but he's getting in trouble in a way that is not that bad. People, when he was younger, people's first impressions of him is he was blatantly disrespectful and he was a wild child. But he's not. He is disrespectful if you challenge him, if you make him feel threatened. And he'll disrespect you because he needs that power. I think it's a coping mechanism. He needs that power. He doesn't need to be on top, but you need to treat him with dignity and respect. And honestly, I respect that out of him. I'm happy that he wants to feel respected. He has trouble with respecting his peers on the same level. He's very big on being smarter and being better than. But I'm not worried. I don't see it as a bad thing. I think it's more of just him being a young boy. That being said, we tried therapy because Dorian had a pretty rough start. Being in the same house as a very young mom and a man that was not very good to them. And he has a lot of emotions up there bottled up, just like how I did. And I can see it because I had those same emotions and they were all bottled up. And so we have gotten Dorian therapy and therapists, and we've been actively taking him to therapy, but he wasn't ready to open up yet. He wasn't ready to be vulnerable yet. And at first I was disappointed. I was like, man, if he just opens up, a lot of good will come from that. But he is a little boy, and being vulnerable as a little boy is probably the scariest thing you can do. And also, being on the same level as him has helped him out tremendously. And so, he wasn't responding to the therapy. He was refusing to participate. And if you're refusing to participate, there's no point in therapy. You have to be the one to want to get the help. And so when we were going to therapy at the end of the sessions that we had, we decided that we weren't going to continue until he got a little bit older, when he was starting to be ready to be vulnerable. Because there's a lot of shit. And that kid's dealing with a lot of shit, and he doesn't even know it. And I'm proud of him. I love that boy. Alright, there's 2. Let's go in here. There's 2K unfermented wines. Me having a a little girl. I'm so excited to see her grow up. And I hear how difficult it is. And I think all children are difficult in their own ways. But really, I'm just interested in learning about who they are as a person. It's gonna be very hard for the first couple of months. And then it's gonna be very hard for the first couple of years. Not exactly 100% sure what I signed up for, but I did. I signed on the dotted line. Now it's my responsibility to make sure that that kid grows up and grows up right. But I'm excited to be a father to a newborn. I'm excited to be a father to a little girl. Natalie started reading to the belly bump, and I'm gonna start reading to her. I think it would be a lot of fun and rewarding to be a parent. There's also a lot of downfalls of being a parent, like teaching emotional intelligence, teaching a child how to handle negative emotions, teaching a child how to handle no without not necessarily that all children are spoiled brats. Usually if there is a spoiled brat, you would assume that the parents just are also children with no emotional intelligence and they didn't know how to teach that to them. But I've never actually taught a little baby how to handle negative emotions. Because, like I said earlier, negative emotions today, we have negative emotions. We have anger, which is a good emotion to have. We have sadness, which is also a good emotion to have. These emotions tell you there's something wrong happening. You are being mistreated in some way, or someone is hurting you in some way, or something is happening that is bad. They're necessary, but people, or at least in my experience, which probably isn't a very wide pool, people learn to ignore those emotions and shrug them aside, which is I don't think people understand the point of having emotions. Like, we learn what emotions are, but we don't really know. I think it's going to be really hard. The big conversation about death and the big conversation about boundaries and being nice for the sake of being nice, but not just nice, but like kind. The difference between kindness and what niceness is. I'm mostly worried about really difficult conversations. But also, I really shouldn't be planning ahead so much. First things first, like, gotta teach her how to poop in a toilet. Not ready for that yet. She ain't even popped out. Why am I so worried about that right now? I'm also worried about the college. Just with Dorian, the college fund was slow going. But now we have a second one. And I'm just like, how much money are we gonna have to put aside? There's another reason why I gotta get a job. But I'm I'm not looking forward to it. I'm really excited to do it. It makes me feel like I have purpose to provide like that. There's a very big possibility that Elodie might have autism or ADHD, or however what the term is. We're worried that they might have ADHD because Natalie and I both do. And they're for sure gonna have for sure gonna have ADHD. But being an autistic person with ADHD is so excruciatingly difficult, and you don't know why. You don't know why. I had been masking being a normal person my whole life, and I was like constantly wondering what the hell was wrong with me, why I was broken, why I couldn't do things that other people could do. I didn't understand the stress or the anxiety. I didn't understand why my whole life. And I was like, oh. And I've been letting that mask slip a little bit. Kind of embracing that knowledge has really let me enjoy the things that I do more. I love long grinds. I love sitting here making 10K wine, unfermented wine. It's funny. Yep. Life's pretty good. Having a baby. Have a beautiful family. Oh shit. That was a misstep. I hit tilde. See, I didn't freak out. I was about to freak out, but I didn't. Halfway to 3K. Or, actually, I don't know how that math works. In this grand, I'm halfway to the next... Wait, okay, hold on. 500 more wines until 3K. Okay. I don't wanna listen to a creepypasta right now. So I think I'm gonna play Jimmy. So I can listen to some music for a little bit. So I'm gonna go put some Jimmy on. You can have fun, watch me grind, and talk to my clan.
can't tell if my feet are on the ground. I'm standing on an ocean, pretty sure I'm about to drown. I think it might be a dream, but it's seeming way too real. There's a bunch of different me's and I don't know what to feel. I wish you would give me some kind of explanation. Am I supposed to come up with my own interpretation? I'm looking at myself, am I supposed to make amends? Wait a minute, I think I comprehend. Hear the silent choir in the sea that never ends, You think you can save them? To think this began at that goddamn mansion. Why'd I go there? Like that town got an expansion. The guard came to me looking for compassion. I couldn't give him that, but I was on a search for action. We need some evidence, but we don't got a lot. Fucked around, found out, now I'm working with the Maserati. I lost the plot a long time ago that I can't defend, but there's no way that the sea doesn't have an end. Someone's trying to get into my mind. Is it me? I just can't tell what's real anymore. It's just like me, but that's not how I speak. Gotta get away from the endless sea. Look, choir, let me catch you up to speed. I'll tell you all the story, but you gotta let me leave. And stay silent, no more PMs to read. And maybe when I finish, all you guys will be free. You're welcome. Breaking into prison, had to go and mess Duke up. First time I saw that dude, I think I almost threw up. But we did what we had to do, we took his ass down. Poison to his body, dodging spikes on the ground. Back to the temple, a new player in the game. Had a job to take me out, said they didn't have a name. I said, what if I refused? They said, you'll see. Got back to my house, that bitch had made a key. Had to find Strangler, city was infected. Thought it'd all be chill, but I was quickly corrected. Sidestepped axes, specked out Vardorvis. I bet Kassan regrets that he got there before us. Someone's trying to get into my mind. Is it me? I just can't tell what's real anymore. It's just like me, but that's not how I speak. Gotta get away from the endless sea. Back to the rift and into the scar. Demons in the abyss, that place looked bizarre. Ran into this girl, and if we're being logical, I'm 99% sure that she is diabolical. Smoked out a water snake, I think his name's Leviathan. Brought the wrong rune, so I had to leave and try again. Came back, lit him up, Levy got smacked. Dug around, turns out there's another artifact. Then I came here, so much for vanity. Went to the shadow realm, I love me some insanity. Now I'm here tired, mind spinning like a tire. Why the hell am I the one performing for the choir? Look, I know you're all corrupted, and I respect that, but I've got things to do, and you gotta accept that. My business here is only with her. I'll be in and out, you won't hear a whisper. Someone's trying to get into my mind. Is it me? I just can't tell what's real anymore. Looks just like me, but that's not how I speak. Finally found the end of the endless sea. Hey BR, welcome back to the West. Thanks. Listen though, I hear your rep's not the best. Well, clearly with you there's some kind of disconnect, but help me with this and you'll have their respect. Okay. It's just a little project, but it's gotta be correct. Go to every city, find an architect. Wait, actually, what? That comes later. First, each house needs a couple hundred favors. A couple favors? Basically, a bunch of chores. They don't want to do them, so I guess they're yours. Okay, do I get XP or money? God damn, man, didn't know you were this funny. Alright, well, I'll do whatever it takes. It's like this whole damn place is on a fucking lunch break. This better not be a waste of all my time. It can't be that bad, I'm sure I'll be fine. We have to ask what you're doing later. How would you like to do us a favor? Gotta find these please do some books. I don't mind, and I'm training runecraft. This shit is well designed. Didn't take long, I was done pretty quick. But the next place is where it all started to hit. Saltpeter, I think they use this shit for guns. Quit your bitching over there and start digging, son. Okay, you're the farmer. I'm not certified. I'm not gonna judge you on the way you fertilize. The next house I helped is what got me really thinking. Before I got there, I wish I would've picked up drinking. I felt like getting vulgar about this culture, cause these dudes want me to mine volcanic sulfur. Mask on, that poison shit frightens me. The best part about this place is the damn spider biting me. How is this a favor when I'm not giving more? They don't even take it, I just drop it on the floor.
We have to ask what you're doing later. How would you like to do us a favor?
Down to the port to help the poor. Dude said he's out of worms and he needs me to get more. Go grab a shovel and head to the shore. Yeah, sure, man, that's what I'm here for. Shazy and last, it's instantly hectic. Half dead dudes screaming that they need a medic. Then I fought a gang and started killing their own guards. And then I was finally finished, that wasn't too hard. Back to the square, the favor is done. That's great, by release, I hope you had fun. Now there's one more thing that I gotta ask you. We still have to build this giant fucking statue. Ran around to the guys, got them to agree. Came back, they put it up, all thanks to me. Thanks, BR, you got the statue completed. By the way, you hear the favors getting deleted?
We have to ask what you're doing later. How would you like to do us some favors?
Waited too long, and now they don't trust me. I'll find your song, I'm just a little rusty. Chill out, man, by release is a professional. The library grand, but I'm like Dewey Decimal. Deep in the stacks with the paper piled up. I'm 3 floors high, feeling like a mile up. All I see is shelves, everywhere that I look. All by myself, and a million elf books. Gotta be me, none of them will make it back. I'm searching for proof so they can take it back. This library decked out, place is brand new. I can't check out, cause this is overdue. Telling me to hurry up to get an impatient. Calm down, please, I'm barely getting a payment. Don't look down, I don't fuck with heights. Just look straight ahead and solve the lights.
Now everywhere I look, surrounded by the books. I know it took so long, but now I gotta find the song of the elves. The song of the elves.
Wild ass puzzle, but it's nothing to me. Left, right, up, down like a PS2 cheat. I love the way that these mirrors be reflecting. I hope no one's back there thinking about defecting. Color wheel puzzle, and I'm the one steering. Siren telling stories, can't believe what I'm hearing. I think she kinda crazy, screwed her own people. She made sure the elves ain't getting a sequel. She was trying to save them, that shit backfired. Telling me she fucked up and this ain't satire. Infinite regret, all with good intentions. Now she locked up in another dimension. I said, hold that thought, I don't wanna hear it. Just tell me about this alleged evil spirit. Don't matter what it is, cause I'm about to clear it. She said, please, by release, don't get near it.
Now everywhere I look, surrounded by the books. I know it took so long, but now I gotta find the song of the elves. The song of the elves. The song of the elves. The song of the elves.
Walking to the beach, it's time to focus. Not really crunk, but nobody noticed. Whatever you do, don't ask about my motives. But let's go see what monkeys think of explosives. Stepped off the boat, then I hopped up on the dock. Hold up, there's a monkey, so we gotta stop. These apes are on rotation like hands on a clock. And it's time to solid snake from the bottom to the top. Sneaking around and my heart is racing. There's so many monkeys that I was facing. But when I'm done, it's banana deflation. If they rebuild, they gon' need a donation. Almost caught, had to step on the brake. But I'm built better, I knew the path to take. How they not see me, these monkeys not awake. Building out here was Glove's biggest mistake. Sneaking on the platform, I ain't coming back for. Sneaking on the platform, I ain't coming back for. Grab the bags, I wasn't in a hurry. Don't want to brag, but I never even worry. Can't wait to detonate and then watch them scurry. Wish I stole that onyx so I could've made a fury. Can't slip, make sure to be slick. Gotta be quick, clicking on the right tick. Adrenaline pumping, goddamn this is sick. Can't wait to get back and tell them all is it. Sorry Glove, but how'd you not predict it? When I'm involved, there's nothing that's restricted. Didn't want to do this, but I think I'm addicted to bringing your pain as long as I inflict it. Never got caught from start to end. 6 satchels down, but it's time to ascend. Glove, why'd you try this? I cannot comprehend, but you know I'm always glad to hand you an L again. Sneaking on the platform, I ain't coming back for. Sneaking on the platform, I ain't coming back for. Quest complete, that's like an antidepressant. Living in the past like I'm an adolescent. Sometimes I forget this is all about progressing. Now my quest log is looking like a collection. Starting 01, I was knocking them out. Sorted by the date, that's what it's all about. All the people yelling that wasn't allowed. Man, it's just the beauty of a by release account. 1 to 50, that journey was a classic. Hero, champion, legend, I'm a gilded addict. Helping everybody, that's a bad habit. Remember that monk, man, that shit was tragic. Only chapter 1, I was obsessed, man. Feels nostalgic, reminiscing is the best, man. Everybody on the ride, I'm feeling blessed, man. Never thought in my life that I would be the quest, man. Never thought I'd be the quest, man. Questing in rap is a session. I never thought I'd be quest, man. Quest, man. RS2, that's the 2nd edition. Cleaned off the mud, these graphics are bitchin'. No time to play, we always had a mission. Killing the game with the serial restriction. Beat up 04, ran through 05. Doing all these favors and risking my life. Treasure in the desert, got me a wife. Hammer with the dwarves and dodging some lights. 2006 is where the fuck it's at. Fairy rings, new gloves, saving bird's ass. Bought my own house, caught a bunch of rats. Buzzing at barrels with jazz cape on my back. All this shit was hardly a test, man. Nostalgia's gone, but we won't forget, man. 9-year jump, old school is next, man. 2013, full effect for the quest, man. Never thought I'd be the quest, man. Questing in rap is a session. I never thought I'd be quest, man. Quest, man. Never thought I'd be the quest, man. Questing in rap is a session. I never thought I'd be quest, man. Quest, man. There once was a Pescalian. He traveled in the galleon. Went exploring, found this iceberg. He traveled the world until his toes curled. Like sex, all an iceberg he came. Like sex, our lives were never the same. As an outpost, it was approved. So here, our people moved to grow and motherfucking motherland.
For the motherfucking motherland.
Yeah, for the motherland.
Goddamn motherland.
For the motherland. We're like Russians from the 80s, man.
Communism.
We just love the motherfucking motherland. Deep inside the Berg lay a threat.
I'm scared.
But don't fret, the past killing packs trap these monsters behind a little gate.
Thank God.
So let's hope they don't mate. And by mate, I mean sex.
I hope they don't do that.
Now we have no fear, but shed a small tear.
I'm crying.
For the motherfucking motherland.
I'm crying for the motherland.
Motherfucking motherland. Who the hell is this?
Who's this guy?
Who the hell is this guy? Fuck you.
Get out, dog.
Fuck you, man. Get the fuck out my room, man. Get the fuck out my room.
Penguin sex.
I don't like Morton, this place is kinda spooky. Everybody's sick and the shades are walking through me. Ghosts are still in the city, goddamn I hate this town. But I headed to the east, it's time to go underground. Gas took my food, but I got up to the hills. I guess there's 6 brothers and they all want me killed. I'm sorry for intruding, I normally behave. I never really pictured I'd be digging up some graves. Shoveling up, I'm trying to find a buried chest. I kinda need that armor, cause that shit is the best. Well, yeah, they don't need it and also it fits. So it's not like I just walk in and raid them. First I gotta dig down, pot up and wake them. One by one, magic dart bolts or arrows. Whatever I need to kill the brothers of Arrow. I don't mind digging up, I got time. Where's my luck? I can't find what I need. Chest 5-9 SRNG 59 tried, that's a hell of a spell. We would just get it started, I could already tell. I had a routine, stick to 86%. 2 chests later had me pitching a tent. First air rock pants, that was almost last chest. Pop that shit up, now we rock for rack chest. I'm the reason signs say no shoes, no service. I gotta keep it going, cause goddamn it's worth it. Damn, I look good, still pumping Casey. Got a back-to-back, this RNG is crazy. This 06 grind is not for the lazy. Nothing hitting different, but that shit do not faze me. Hit 100 chests, feeling dedicated. Chest 101 is when I knew I made it. Carol skirt popping up and that's all I needed. Fight caves next and this era is completed. I don't mind digging up, I got time. Where's my luck? I can't find what I need. Chest 5-9 that's RNG. There they go, my law room's depleted. Teleporting around, my energy deleted. 5 years of walking and running, this shit is such a shame. But the rings around the world are about to change the game. Went to fairyland in the dawn, he was plotting. The queen gone, acting like he had forgotten. I smelled the bullshit all over that reaction. I investigated, the queen was calling for extraction. It was up to me to free the Xanarus nation. Dreaming staff in my hand, got codes for locations. Boss about to learn some political relations.
An offer you can't refuse. No negotiation.
Codes, got the codes on me. Goddamn, I feel so free. I'm flying light, I got some wings. Cause I got these fairy rings. God Godfather dressed clean and looks like a winner. Well, nice wings, dog, you kinda look like Tinkerbell. I cured the queen, you know I'm all about my business. I can't wait to find the boss and not leave a witness. But that's for another day, now let me say it. This to change the game, so now it's time to play it. Rings around the world, what a beautiful creation. Typing in the codes like a locker combination. What a fucking dream, who the hell needs a rune? Now we rock a dreaming staff in a circle of mushrooms. Look at us go, can't believe the moves we making. Every code is a trip like we're hallucinating. A part of the process, a journey through time. The progress here tells me everything will be fine. What a milestone, but the climb is yet to end. Now it's time to grind, so by release can strike again.
Codes, got the codes on me. Goddamn, I feel so free. I'm flying like I got some wings, 'cause I got these fairy rings.
Old man in the hills living all alone. Out of touch for a while, I can tell by his tone. Asking where I travel, asking where I roam. Notice on his back he's got a bag full of bones. To me and you, the world is near and far. To this guy, it's just a fucking graveyard. No one's ever talked to him, I can't imagine how it feels. Now I'm a dog fetching bones and hunting for a kill. Tell me why not rocks, shoes, runes, or even coins? Books, wine, art, is there a club that you can join? You got me running around to all the world's zones. I don't understand the fascination with bones, but that's his collection, a dead guy affection. To you it's remains, to him an erection. I don't really get it, but I never ask questions. I'm just for the people and I don't learn my lesson.
I gotta get the bones, he's all alone. I wanna go home, I gotta get the bones. I really don't like this. I don't wanna get in bones like this.
A rat, bat, frog, unicorn, and goblin. Monkey, ram, goddamn, the list is never stopping. Worst of all, that's not all I had to do. This shit goes on and on, man, there was a fucking part 2. I had to get an ogre, joker, zoger, and moger. Moss, giant, lizard, experimenting, vulture. Bird, snake, troll, dagonoth, and a dragon. Wolf, rabbit, does he even know what he's asking? I hope no one sees me or I'ma go to jail. Not to mention now, I'm definitely going to hell. I didn't know if I was done, it was hard to tell. And holy shit, my bag is starting to smell. Collected all the bones, that's 27 dead. All the slaughter and murder is spinning my head. Here you go, man, for you to carry on your sack. And as for my reward, he took it off his back.
I gotta get the bones, he's all alone. I wanna go home, I gotta get the bones. I really don't like this. I don't wanna get in bones like this.
Went through the dates from 01 to 06. Started from the bottom, just going up a list. A quest drops, that's what I call a fix. 5 years in, check the barrels on my wrist. Episode 8, fire making, I was bitching. Made a little song, y'all gave it a listen. I did it for fun, but the fans were all itching. Now we at 100 and the shit's a tradition. Momentum started testing me, but I had the recipe, and now that bitch is rest in peace. He tried to get the best of me, but I got the recipe, and now romance, rest in peace. Don't get me wrong, I don't really wanna cook, but he don't have a clue how long that took, man. If you ask me, that was one for the books. Big desserts got me shook. Hated but told I'm never going back. King no over, guy better grab a fucking snack. I'm never cooking snake again, and fuck you, Pete, I ain't your friend. I hate you, Pete, and I don't ever wanna see a goblin again. The next time I cross that bridge, I'm pulling a sword out and hitting like 10. And why the wizard quizzing me? Now that's the shit I hated. Cause settle, can't do math, and my ass is graduated.
Went through the dates from '01 to '06. Started from the bottom, just going up a list. A quest drops, that's what I call a fix. 5 years in, check the barrels on my wrist.
Momentum started testing me, but I had the recipe, and now that bitch is rest in peace. He tried to get the best of me, but I got the recipe, and now romance a rest in peace. I'm over the ogres, I'm doing them favors, they bending me over. Every time that I talk to them, I check back and my IQ is lower. By the way, my cat's a demon. The other day I looked away, my cat was gone and a lady was screaming.
Couldn't believe what I was seeing.
Romancer came in, started freezing while people were eating. He's fucking it up, I couldn't believe it, I knew it was time for a beating. One by one I took them down, they could not get up after. And then that great bitch came at me, it was a recipe for disaster.
Went through the dates from '01 to '06. Started from the bottom, just going up a list. A quest drops, that's what I call a fix. 5 years in, check the barrels on my wrist.
Momentum started testing me, but I had the recipe, and now that bitch is rest in peace. He tried to get the best of me, but I got the recipe, and now romance a rest in peace. Momentum started testing me, but I had the recipe, and now that bitch is rest in peace. He tried to get the best of me, but I got the recipe, and now romance a rest in peace. Cause I got the recipe, and they tryna mess with me. I got a recipe, the chef started testing me. Just give me the recipe. Romance try getting me, and now that bitch rest in peace. And I got the recipe. Down a year nil in the magic gill. Bird pipe down, man, I know how you feel. About to lose your job, but you gotta be a man. We gon' find out whose hands in the sand. Jim, I just want the shit to pay off, but now a dead guy gonna get me laid off. Water won't work, can't pay my bill. Plus this whole damn town gonna think I killed. Shut up, Bert, just let me do the quest. Hand belongs to Clarence, I'ma put this to rest. Went to Brimhaven, had a talk with Sandy, that's Bert's boss. This bitch smelled like brandy. Ah, goddamn Bert, he's playing you. Lying about your hours, this man ain't paying you. Picked a shitty pocket, now I understand. Pull my hand out, there's a shitload of sand.
I don't get it, cause I just wanna dig up all the sand. He just don't let me, don't let me, don't let me.
Goddamn, this dude colder than a blizzard. You're under a spell, so I'm going to the wizard. I'ma kick his ass, I'll get Sandy's confession. I'll get the truth while I teach him a lesson. I made this drink, it's just a little potion. Take a whiff, ooh, that shit is potent. When he takes this, he cannot tell a lie. Can't wait for him to say that he's been sleeping with a guy. Never mind, went back to Bert's work, slipped it in his tea, took a slurp. How the hell did he not see? Yo, Sandy yelled at him like his parents. That's right, bitch, now tell me why you killed Clarence.
What? Tell me what?
Just didn't wanna pay that guy.
You talking about Bert? You don't wanna pay my man Bert? Fuck you.
He kept looking at my eye,
I'll look at your eye, right? Oh, your eyes actually fucked up.
and he knows that I am blind.
I mean, that's still kind of funny. Fuck you, dude. You're a bad guy. God damn.
Have fun in prison, Sandy, and don't drop the soap. Trying to frame my boy Bert, depriving him of hope. By release, buddy, you remember that name. I hit his body parts all over the game. Wait, what? What did you just, you gotta start looking for. You hit his body parts, his arms, head. Are you fucking? They're everywhere, man. Oh my god.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it.
Website by saying, "This is what I want."
And listen. In shadows deep, where silence breathes, a cave unfolds its stony wreaths. Echoes dance on walls so tight, embraced by dark, a captive's night. No stars to guide, no moon to grace, yet in this solitude a silent space. Cold and damp the walls stand tall, a captive's refuge a rocky hall. Whispers linger in the cave's embrace, tales untold of time and space. Stalactites drip a rhythmic song, and heart of darkness one belongs. But hope may flicker in the gloom, a key to free, to lift the tomb. But even in the darkest lair, there's a glimmer of light, a breath of air. Ghosts of Nutty Putty by Shadow Swimmer 77. All Jasper could see of the boy by the narrow beam of his helmet light was a pair of low-cut boots and maybe 2 inches of ankle. Then, Jasper asked the protruding feet. He felt a thrill of fear at how very still the young man was. Jasper spent several long moments mentally willing a response before, at last, the boots kicked weakly. Ben was alive, at least for now. Really? Observed a voice that Jasper reminded himself was just in his head. It looks like the rock came alive and swallowed him, sucked him down in one big gulp. Pretty familiar, huh? Hey, my name's Jasper. I'm gonna get you out. The rescuer spoke to the feet, ignoring the commentary. You're gonna fail him, the voice said. I'm sure of that. Just like before. That was years ago, John. Jasper mumbled under his breath. You're just a memory. It wasn't my fault. And why am I still here with you? Chuckled the phantom voice softly before falling silent. Jasper knew it would return. It always did. I'll be back as soon as I can, Ben. Just have to go call for some more help. Try as best as you can not to move around. You're likely to wedge yourself in even tighter. Ben's foot waggled gently in what Jasper took as acknowledgement. Jasper carefully eased himself backwards through the cramped tunnel, one excruciatingly calculated movement after the next. The walls were far too narrow to turn around, and it'd be nothing short of a catastrophe if he got himself trapped too. It took maybe 5 minutes for Jasper, an experienced cave explorer and rescue worker, to extricate himself back to the main cave from the branch Ben was in. Half a dozen late teen and early 20-somethings waited for him there, 4 girls and 2 boys. Did you find Ben, Mr. Grant? The girl who asked Jasper the question had large eyes, wet with barely unspent tears, her hands clasped together in front of her, so hard that they were white. Lizzie, he thought she called herself. Jasper took off his helmet and pulled out a handkerchief, wiping the sweat and dirt from his forehead. Yeah, he's in there all right. Got himself stuck real good. I got a satellite phone in my truck to call for some more folks to help get him out. You, he pointed to one of the boys. What's your name? Greg, he stuttered. Well, Greg, you can come and monitor the phone once I get set up. Rest of you wait here, and for God's sake, don't go in that hole after him. Jasper grunted at the collection of heads nodding in affirmation, then began moving to the main cave's entrance, stepping carefully to avoid twisting an ankle. Greg followed closely. The entryway tunnel was tall enough for a grown man to stand in, and sloped upward gently for several dozen meters before turning sharply. The last 10 feet or so a straight vertical ascent. Just a bit of light from the low-setting sun shone through the hole above him as Jasper climbed the rough metal rungs driven into the stone wall to assist spelunkers with entry and exit. Leaving the cave and heading towards his truck, his eyes passed over the bright yellow sign posted next to the entrance. Danger, it warned. Experienced cavers only. That you lot? Jasper asked Greg. You experienced cavers? Oh, no, sir, the young man answered, his head hung sheepishly. Jasper's breath hissed through his teeth. Yeah, didn't think so. No lights or other gear clued me in on that real quick. You're lucky I was passing by. Don't typically come out here this time of day. Is my brother okay? A strong hint of anxiety had entered Greg's voice. Jasper lowered the tailgate of his pickup and began searching through boxes in the bed. Ben's fine, he replied, finding the small case he was looking for and unsnapping it. But that's a temporary situation at best. I imagine he's in quite a bit of pain and, depending on how tight he's wedged, likely having some trouble breathing. That's a double if he starts to panic. The real trouble now is he's stuck upside down like that. Too long and the blood will start to pool and... Hey, how long has he been stuck in there? I don't know. A couple of hours now, maybe. We thought he was playing a joke at first, but when we tried to pull him out, we couldn't. We tried calling 911, but no one could get a signal. And then we thought about going for help. We couldn't decide who should go, and we didn't want to leave him in a... Hey, look, take a breath, kid. I get it. Then I showed up while you were standing around deliberating. I'm not surprised you couldn't get cell service. We're a little more than 50 miles from the closest ranger station. That's where the tower is. That's why they gave me this sat phone and... Jasper paused, looking up at an ominous collection of clouds that had seemingly gathered since he'd first gone to check on Ben. Oh, that ain't good. Mr. Grant? Cloud cover that thick means this thing might not work either, he replied, consulting a small notepad in his pocket for the number the station had given him to call. Several minutes of static on the line confirmed Jasper's fear. Jasper shook his head. Oh, shoot. Okay, look, I hate to leave you all here, but I'm going to take my truck over to the ranger station and call for help. Now, if Ben's only been in there a couple of hours, like you said, it will be pretty uncomfortable for him, but it's going to be best to have more professionals on site to make sure we can get him out. Shouldn't take me more than 3 hours to get a full-on rescue party out here. Meantime, I'll leave you this phone to keep seeing if you can get through and... damn it. A large raindrop had splashed the back of Jasper's hand as he'd been talking. He cast a wary eye up at the clouds. Well, this just keeps getting more complicated. Yeah, you familiar with the weather around here, Greg? No, not really. We're just visiting for spring break. Well, don't rain often. When it does, it rains a whole bunch. The way Ben's situated upside down like he is. Hey, any of you have a vehicle? Think you'd go try and make it to the station and get some more help? No, sir. We hiked out here. Just brought some water and energy bars. We didn't think we were going to be going caving. Just saw the sign and thought it'd be fun. Okay. Jasper paused for a moment, biting his lip as he considered the sun becoming more and more obscured by the clouds, a sinking feeling growing in his gut. I don't suppose if I gave one of you my truck that you'd be able to take it and then get back out here? Oh, I don't think so, sir. Not in the dark. Yeah, well, if something manages to go even worse, I'd hate not to have it. He sighed and thought for another long moment before heavily arriving at the inevitable decision. Well, reckon it's just up to us then. Jasper returned to the truck bed, rummaging through boxes and selecting several large bundles of rope, a small mallet, a drill, carabiners, and several pulleys, piling the gear into Greg's arms. Mr. Grant? Greg's voice cracked slightly, his lower lip trembling. You've done something like this before, right? You'll be able to get Ben out? You're sure he'll be okay? I am. Jasper hesitated. Well, the phantom voice spoke up. You gonna tell him the truth? The rescuer shook his head to clear it. Oh yeah, kid, loads of times. Liar. Jasper stared straight ahead, his hand absently scratching a faded scar that ran the length of his cheek. Loads of times, he repeated, his thoughts going back in time. It'll be okay, John. Jasper spoke to the pair of feet in front of him as he pounded a piton into the rock wall with small, precise taps. Yeah, it's all gonna be okay. He thought the trap man had said something. Certainly sounded like he was talking to someone anyway, but the dense earth made it difficult to hear. Yeah, whatever you're saying, buddy. I can't hear you too well. I wasn't talking to you, John said, his voice a bit clearer. Jasper had been working for the Utah Institutional Trust Lands Administration for almost 7 years and rescued more than 10 cave climbers in every one of them. Despite that, he didn't think he'd ever seen anyone quite as stuck as John Edward Jones. The young man and a group of friends had decided the night before Thanksgiving to explore the famous Nutty Putty Cave. And, despite having some experience, John had gotten trapped in a precarious position. The birth canal tunnel he'd been trying to find was narrow enough, but Ed's push, the one John had accidentally gone down, was even smaller. At only about 10 inches wide and 18 inches high, the tunnel was so narrow only one person could access John's feet at a time. The tight confines were further exacerbated by the fact that the tunnel bored almost straight down. Any attempt to pull John out would be in almost direct opposition to gravity. After some quick deliberations, the rescue party had determined a series of ropes and pulleys would give the team the best chance of success. One of the most experienced rescuers to arrive, Jasper had volunteered to serve as the primary point man to rig the system. Really? Jasper had thought to himself the first time he set his eyes on John. Looks like the rock came alive and swallowed him, sucked him down in one big gulp. By the time Jasper started installing the rescue equipment, John had already been stuck for about 20 hours. Jasper worked with a will, driving holes, driving the pittons into slowly selected positions, and threading rope. Despite his efforts, the hard rock made the going slow. He'd been at it for several hours when he felt a hand tap his foot. "Yeah?" he asked, unable to turn to see who was getting his attention. "Reach your hand back, Jasper. See if you can get this walkie to where John can talk into it. His wife's here. She's 6 months pregnant. Wants to talk to her husband before we start to pull him out. Just in case, well... Thank you, Mark. Come on, man, just let me work. I'm almost done." 2 minutes. The gal's pretty freaked out. Fine. Jasper sighed. Managed to get his left arm back, hand to his side, and could just feel the antenna of a small radio, where Mark pressed it into his palm. It took a bit of twisting, but Jasper was able to pull the radio up past his body, and he keyed the mic. "Anyone there?" "Hello? John, baby, is that you?" A concerned female voice came through from the other end. No, Mrs. Jones. This is Jasper Grant. I'm with your husband. I understand you want to try and talk to him. But, well, I'd like to keep it short because we're pretty close to getting ready to pull him out. If everything goes the way it should, and it will, you'll be able to talk to him face to face in no time." All right, Mr. Grant. I'll be brief. But thank you." Jasper reached the radio forward and tapped John's foot. "John, can you still hear me? I've got a radio here and someone who wants to talk to you." "Who's that?" John's voice was muffled through the rock. "I've already got people talking to me. They don't want me to leave." Jasper shook his head in exasperation. "That's just the blood pooling around your brain, John. Where you're wedged upside down, your heart's got to work overtime to keep everything flowing right. That's why we've got to get you out of there, buddy. Here, come on, say hi to your wife." He keyed the mic again. "Emily?" John asked. "Yeah, baby, I'm here," the young woman replied, the raw emotion in her voice noticeable even through the radio static. "I love you," John said, his words taking on a sluggish quality. "We love you too, and we'll see you real soon, okay?" She choked. "Okay." Jasper could tell the man was fading, and he brought the radio back to his face. "Mrs. Jones, I'm going to have to let you go, but I'll get your husband out to you real soon here." "Thank you, Mr. Grant." "Mark, you still there?" Jasper called. "Yeah, sure am." "Okay, head on back. I just want to check this rope around John's ankles one more time. Then I think we're ready to get him out." "Those pittons all secure?" Jasper rolled his eyes. "Come on, man. I've done stuff like this a dozen times in the last 18 months. They're set. Now, the kid's fading. We've got to move." All right. I've got 8 of us back here ready to pull. Hang on to the walkie. Give us the word when we're good to start." "Okay, will do." Jasper carefully checked the knots he'd tied. Satisfied, he spoke to the trapped man again. "Now, I've got to head back a bit, John. so you have room to slide when they start pulling. But in a minute, you're going to be out, and I'll be the first one you see. Jasper thought he heard John say something, but couldn't tell what. You hang in there, buddy. Jasper edged himself back about 10 feet to a slightly wider part of the tunnel. Okay, Mark, he spoke into the radio. Let's go. In the light of his helmet beam, Jasper could see the rope passing through a carabiner near his face go taut as the other rescuers took out the slack and began to pull. He turned his attention to John's feet. Oh, God! John's scream was muffled, but Jasper could still make it out. Hold on, Jasper yelled into the walkie-talkie. Stop pulling. What's going on, John? It hurts, John whimpered. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. I know, buddy, but we've got to get you out. You ready to go again? John made a soft sound of pain, but didn't say no. Jasper called back into the radio. Mark, go again. Nice and easy now. The rope went taut. John began to inch upward again with agonizing slowness. Let go, John shrieked again. Stop again, Jasper called into the radio. John, talk to me, bud. What's up? They're holding me. They don't want me to leave. They want me to stay here. Yeah, look, that's just voices in your head. Those voices, John. Don't you listen to them. A little more and we'll have you out, all right? Keep going, Mark. The rope started to pull again. It must have been Jasper's imagination, but it seemed as though John didn't immediately start moving as he had the previous 2 times. He finally did after a few seconds that dragged on for a subjective eternity, but the extrication was somehow even slower than before. Jasper could feel sweat pooling at the back of his neck, but whether from the exertion of installing the pulley system or adrenaline, he couldn't begin to say. All right, almost there, buddy, almost there. Jasper spoke to himself as much as he did to John. At long last, John was pulled to where Jasper could see just past the length of his body to his head. Jasper grinned. How are you, kid? John's face was red and dirty, but smiling. It sucks. I'm upside down. I can't believe I'm upside down. My legs are killing me. And then, more softly, God, I didn't think they'd let me leave. It's just the blood in your head, John. Mark, go real easy now. You keep him coming. Jasper reached his hand out towards John's steadily approaching boot. I've got you, buddy. He tensed his fingers, the tips just brushing John's ankle. And then, John stopped moving. A low sound of protest escaped his lips as Jasper fumbled to grasp the trapped man's foot. He saw the rope strain as the other rescuers pulled from the tunnel entrance. But it was almost like something was striving against their efforts. Jasper watched as, impossibly, John jerked an inch back down the tunnel. In the back of his mind, he heard a metallic snap and the sound of tearing silk. Something flashed by Jasper's face, breaking hard against his cheek as his head snapped back instinctively, bashing into the tunnel wall. Despite his helmet, everything went black. When Jasper woke up, the tunnel was filled with dust. Jasper, what the hell happened? He heard Mark calling through the radio. He shook his head. I don't know. We just about had him out. He was... The dust began to clear as Jasper shone his light down the tunnel, only to reveal John's feet back where they'd started, or possibly even a little deeper than before. He was almost out. Mr. Grant? Greg's voice shook Jasper out of his reverie. Yeah, kid. Loads of times. Now, come on, let's get back. Together, the two made their way back to the cave, carrying the equipment. They carefully lowered it down to the makeshift ladder before finally getting it to the main cavern. All told, Jasper figured they'd been gone only maybe 15 or 20 minutes, but they'd already lost all but the barest last bit of sunlight, and the rain had started steadily to pick up. His helmet light revealed Lizzie and the others waiting for them, clumped together in a miserable-looking huddle. Yeah, everything all right, kids? Lizzie's eyes were wide as she approached him. I think something's wrong with Ben, Mr. Grant. We tried calling to him, but he didn't say anything back. No, he's far enough down. He probably just can't hear you, darling. Don't worry, we'll get him out. Jasper smiled at her. It might, just take a little while. Jasper began by selecting a solid anchor point in the main cavern. He bored out a hole with a battery-powered drill. Then he used the hammer to pound in a long piton. I'm going to head down in there and rig a pulley system with a bunch of anchor points. Once I get it all set up, I'll have to stay in there to monitor things. And it'll be on you lot to actually pull him out. Now, you think you can handle that? Yes, sir, Greg nodded, a look of determination on his face. Great. Now, this rock looks like it's pretty hard. It might take a while for me to get everything all set. You'll do your best to stay warm and be ready to go when I tell you, okay? The group nodded collectively. All right, then. With a sigh, Jasper eyed the hole where he figured he'd be spending the foreseeable future. No time like the present. At the back of his mind, the phantom voice chuckled softly. Jasper sat in a threadbare easy chair in the living room of his dingy apartment. He hadn't shaved in days and wore nothing under the dirty pink bathrobe wrapped around his thin frame. He held a half-empty bottle of bourbon in one hand and a yellowed newspaper clipping in the other. His right cheek was heavily bandaged from where the flying carabiner had split it open. The phone on the small table to his right rang shrilly, and he deliberated a moment between the items he held before setting the clipping down to remove the receiver from its cradle. Hello? Jasper asked into the phone before taking a swig of bourbon. Jasper? Is that you? It's Mark. Jasper blanched through his drunken haze, though from fear or rage he wasn't quite sure. What the fuck do you want? Look, man, I'm not calling to fight. Just wanted to check on you, make sure you were okay. Well, I'm not. Kid's dead. His wife's... wasn't your fault. Jasper stared down at the bottle. Look, I rigged the system. I rigged it, and it broke. That's true, but it was the rock, not the system. I picked their fucking rock, Mark, Jasper shouted into the phone. Silence from the other end. It wasn't your fault, Mark repeated. There's nothing you could have done. Thought you'd want to know they've decided to close Nutty Putty Cave. Put a cement cap on the end to make sure nobody else goes in. Yeah. Well, they gonna fish John out first? No, the board's decided it's too dangerous. Goodbye, Mark, Jasper sneered. Don't call again. He hung the phone up and just sat there for a moment. Abruptly, an ugly feeling clamping his chest, Jasper hurled the bourbon bottle against the far wall where it shattered into 100 pieces to the floor, the amber liquid staining the light carpet. You know it was your fault, right? John asked from where he stood in the shadowy corner. Jasper nodded miserably. Now they're just gonna leave me in that godforsaken cave. That's your fault, too. Jasper slid from the chair onto the floor, wrapped in the fetal position. His tears came hard and sudden, and didn't stop until long after he'd fallen asleep. Jasper used his forearm to wipe the sweat from his eyes. He double-checked to ensure the piton was properly seated before turning his attention back to where Ben's feet still protruded. His stomach was wet from a steady stream of water that had begun running past him down the tunnel towards the trapped boy. Yeah, how you doing down there, Ben? The boy's foot moved gently. Okay, now, we're almost good here. Just have to get the rope situated, then one last check and we'll be pulling you out. Jasper looped the rope around the boy's ankles, tying no-slip knots the way he had thousands of times before. The truth is, he could do this with his eyes closed and his hands behind his back. But he never took anything for granted. Not anymore. All right, buddy. Now, I'm going to give your friend some instructions. And then I'll be back to make sure you get out nice and smooth, okay? He doesn't want me to leave. Ben's voice was muffled in reply. Those voices are just the blood stuck pooling in your head, kid. It's, Wait. He? Jasper asked, perplexed. He says his name is John. I think you should take the job. All these memories of the pain and your imagined sins, I think this will help you get over them, Dr. Fiegel said from behind her desk. Jasper turned his head from where he lay on the therapist's couch. I don't know, Doc. I don't know if I'm ready. Jasper, you've been coming to see me for the better part of 10 years, ever since your friend Mark bodily dragged you out of your apartment. This is just a roving park job. It's not rescue work per se, almost the opposite. You'll be doing preventative action, keeping idiot tourists away from dangerous sites. Okay, but what if I find one that's stuck? Well, then you call for help. You call for help, and that help will get them out. You'll be a hero. You'll finally be able to put these ghosts to rest. Just one ghost, Doc. It's only John that talks to me. Jasper, we've gone over this and over this. It isn't John. John is dead. And ghosts aren't actually real. That's just a figure of speech, a metaphor. Any voice you hear is just your guilty conscience, which, as we've also discussed, is completely unnecessary. Now, by unanimous perspective, nothing that happened in Nutty Putty Cave was your fault. Everyone's faith in you is fully restored, except perhaps your own. Do this for a little while, and maybe you'll even convince yourself. All right, Doc, Jasper nodded. I know. It wasn't my fault. Liar, John whispered in his ear. Jasper was in position, gave 2 tugs on the rope, the signal he'd given to Greg, Lizzie, and the others. Okay, here we go, Ben. Nice and easy, he called down to the trap boy. The rope went taut and began sliding through the system of carabiners back towards the cave entrance. The knots tightened around his ankles, and Ben's feet slowly, agonizingly inched closer to where Jasper lay, wedged uncomfortably, ready to grab hold as soon as the boy got close enough. Here we go, buddy. Almost there. He doesn't want me to go, Ben whined. He's not real, kid. It's just the blood in your head, Jasper choked. Not real? The phantom voice chuckled. Such a liar. We're gonna get you out. It's gonna be okay. It's not my fault. Is anything you say not a lie? The rope slid, and the boy inched closer. "It hurts," Ben gasped. "He's holding me. He doesn't want me to go." "It's just the blood," Jasper breathed. Closer and closer Ben's foot came. Jasper stretched out his hand to the utmost, clutching, straining to grab onto the boy's ankle. Just the blood. The tunnel widened just enough that Jasper could glimpse Ben's face past his body. His eyes were closed in a rictus of pain, arms stretched over his head, his shirt soaked in rainwater almost to the shoulders. Just beyond the boy, grasping his outstretched arms, Jasper could barely make out another figure, one he recognized. John's face was red and dirty, but smiling. Ben's eyes snapped open, rolling in fear. "He won't let me go," he whispered. The boy jerked abruptly downward, and Jasper heard a metallic snap followed by the sound of tearing silk. Something flew by his face, and the tunnel was filled with dust despite the water. Jasper coughed, choking, unable to see anything. "Mr. Grant?" He heard someone calling frantically from the main cave. "Mr. Grant, something happened to the rope." "Greg," he thought to himself. "Is everything all right, Mr. Grant?" Someone else called. "Is Ben all right?" "Lizzie," Jasper thought. As the dust cleared, he looked back down the tunnel towards where Ben had disappeared. All Jasper could see of the boy by the narrow beam of his helmet lights was a pair of low-cut boots and maybe 2 inches of ankle. "Ben?" Jasper asked the protruding feet. He felt a thrill of fear at how very still the young man was. Jasper spent several long moments mentally willing a response, and then several more. Well, I hope you enjoyed that one. That was a brilliant story from Shadow Swimmer 77, whose work I first started reading, must be 7, maybe even 8 years ago. Time really does fly when you're having fun. Well, that has been voted one of the top 10, I think. Best creepypastas of the last.
In Albion, no matter where you go or what you do, your mount will accompany you on your journey. Perhaps you'll pick the ox, a merchant's best friend. It can carry any...
It's time to sit back and relax with your favorite drink. And listen. On a Hill by Michael Whitehouse. Part 1. The events of the past several days have both shaken my understanding of the world and left me with a disheartened and perplexed disposition. Yet I feel that I must organize these events in my mind, that I am compelled to structure the terrible things which I've seen so that I may understand them better, so that my mind may be at rest. I need to quantify just what took place. It was entirely by accident that I met one John R. It was spring, and the early crocuses were faring well against the last frozen constraints of winter's grip. I was researching an article I was writing for a publication which was, shall we say, less than reputable, when I found myself at the mercy of a small Highland village for the evening. The whole ordeal was frustrating and tiresome, to say the least. I was supposed to be back in Glasgow that night to type up my notes and brush off the fog which had often accompanied my writing assignments. Being stranded in a tiny village with one street and a pub inn, which looked like it hadn't been decorated since the Dark Ages, was not my idea of home comfort. Especially after a few weeks of constant travel, interminable interviewees, and more than one restless night in a dingy bed and breakfast. There had been a small subsidence one town over, which had made it impossible for the local bus to continue onward, and, more importantly to me, carry me to safety. Following several phone calls as I attempted to procure alternative travel arrangements, it became apparent that I was going nowhere until the morning. The sleepy pub inn, which was affectionately entitled the Laird of Dungor, looking like it could fall down on top of me at any moment, complete as it was with warped wooden rafters and clientele who appeared just as creaky, would have to be my home for the night. After speaking to the owner, a tall, peaked man in his 50s, was kindly given a small room upstairs which clearly hadn't been slept in or cleaned for some time. Still, the people were nice enough, and after some basic but enjoyable local food, I sat in a cozy armchair by an old open fire in the bar, deciding to kill the boredom with a few pints of local beer and a bottle of wine. The flames danced around before me, and as the evening drew in and the numbing of alcohol took effect, I actually was quite content, and was glad to be in such rustic surroundings. The village may have been somewhat bleak, but against the cold winds outside and a darkening sky, the inn was not without charm. I'm not sure how long he'd been sitting there, hypnotized as I was by the heat from under the mantelpiece and a few glasses of red, but it became apparent that I'd been joined by another guest at the inn. He sat across from me in a broad and frayed armchair on the other side of the fireplace, sat there gazing at the flickering flames. He was curious in disposition. Outwardly, he appeared to be relatively young, probably in his early 30s, but his persona was swamped in a fragility which one would normally not expect to see in a man of his age. His face glowed in the firelight, carrying with it worry and lines which betrayed an inner turmoil. His eyes defocused, glazed over, and his hands trembling slightly as he warmed them by the burning embers. "Is there a problem?" I heard the words, but did not register them until they were repeated. "Excuse me, is there a problem?" The man addressed me in a sharp manner, and I was taken aback by the realization that I'd been staring at him for several minutes. No, not at all," I answered apologetically. I thought I recognized you." As he turned to face me, he displayed in his expression a look of disbelief at my obvious lie, but thankfully not without a small vestige of good humor. "I apologize if I was a little abrupt with you," he said. "It's just that I'm sick and tired of people staring at me around here." He raised his voice at the conclusion of his sentence and cast a wide eye around the pub to the few scattered drinkers and lurkers who populated it. I sensed that those present wished to avoid his gaze. We then diverted into an hour or so of small talk. His name was John R., and he was a land acquirement agent from London. He claimed to be appraising a location nearby, which a local farmer was willing to sell off to property developers, but I immediately sensed that he was not comfortable talking about his work. In fact, he quickly changed the focus of the conversation to me entirely. My job, life, family, or anything. It was as if he needed our exchanges to continue in an obviously failed attempt to keep his mind distracted from a hidden anxiety. Each time I attempted to ask a question about him or his life, he would either provide one or two-word answers or ignore them altogether, moving quickly into a question of his own. Finally, the conversation had run its course, as they often do with only one real participant, and for a moment we sat in relative silence, the only sounds coming from a few locals propping up the bar and the occasional clink of empty glasses being washed and cleaned by the owner. The pub was now noticeably dimmer, with most of the light being provided by a few small overhead lights and the fire which continued to crackle and flicker all evening. I turned to one of the windows outside, seeing nothing but darkness. Then the words just escaped from my mouth without a thought or effort. "Why would people be staring at you, John?" There was a long pause as I looked at him while awaiting an answer. His eyes trained to the floor, but his face etched in worry. I expected no in-depth response given the curtness of his previous conversation, and so continued drinking my wine when he suddenly replied in a somber tone. "They all know, but they don't have the courage to speak about it." Turning to the few fellow drinkers still in the pub, he then shouted, "They're all afraid." The response from the landlord and his patrons was unusually muted. They seemed to ignore John's accusation entirely, with only the briefest hesitation of movement or conversation, proof that they'd actually heard the outburst at all. I didn't expect such a volatile response, but there was desperation in that shout, anger and frustration. Then, looking directly at me with what I can only describe as a mixture of fear and heartbreak, he opened his mouth as if to speak again, before hesitating once more. I sensed that the man deep down wished to finally relieve himself of a burden, as if some toxic piece of information was boring into his very soul. As a writer, my curiosity was captivated by the possibility of an enthralling tale, perhaps even one I could use as the basis for a future article or story. Anticipating that he now only required the slightest push to confide in me, I leaned over and whispered, "What is it?" filled with conflicting sentiments. I could feel that I was about to become privy to something important, yet by his trembling and anxious demeanor, I dreaded what that something might be. Another moment passed. It was as if the entire room had fallen under a shadow of palpable silence, those nearby listening from tenebrous and uninviting corners. And then he spoke. "If you'd be so kind as to share your wine with me, I'd be glad to tell you," he said softly. I didn't have to say twice. I rose out of my chair and asked at the bar for a second bottle and glass to share with my companion. There was a peculiar hesitancy as the landlord picked up both from the shelf behind him, placing them in front of me. As I returned to my seat, I knew those present were now watching me, and I felt in my bones that there was something uncomfortably stifling about their looks, shadowed, accusatory glances steeped in fear. I poured a glass of wine, of which John drank in one glutinous gulp, a sight I knew as well as of a man drowning a malignancy which burns inside. After pouring him another, I sat the bottle between us, waiting for him to tell his story. After looking down at his drink for a moment, he raised his head, staring intently at me as the fire crackled and burned. Then, as if exorcising a burden from his soul, he began. Part 2. John had initially intended on spending no more than a few days in the village. Even after travelling all day from London, and the evening bringing with it the bite of the Scottish winter, he intended to get started as quickly as possible. The quicker he was finished, the quicker he'd be home. Working for a large property acquisition firm, it was his job to facilitate rich clients in their pursuit of land on which to build. The individual he was representing at that time was especially interested in buying some farmland with a beautiful country view, where they wished to build a large holiday home for their family. The location in question had recently been put on the market by a local farmer who had fallen on difficult times as the economy wilted. John was therefore hired to evaluate the land and negotiate a price, based on the recommendations made by a group of surveyors who'd been there the previous week. After checking in to the Laird of Dungar, he drove his car to the farm, which was only a few miles outside of the village. The entire area consisted of large sprawling fields where crops were grown and animals grazed, a few patches of woodland and the occasional river or bubbling stream. The negotiations were relatively simple. The farmer, an elderly man by the name of Dale, needed an injection of money as soon as possible to keep the rest of the farm on its feet, while the buying client was enthusiastic about the potential purchase and wished to conclude the deal quickly. Regardless, John was always careful about finalizing a deal before he himself had taken a look at the land. Over the years, he'd developed a reputation for delivering exactly what a client wanted, without any nasty surprises after procurement, such as land subsidences or other planning difficulties. Although he didn't much enjoy the groundwork of surveying, he was well qualified to spot anything which might cause difficulties at a later date. But despite this thorough attitude, he still hoped to be back in the city perhaps as soon as the next day, all things being well. The farmer, Mr. Dale, graciously agreed to take him out to the land by tractor. It was not without a slight feeling of remorse that John listened to the old man describing the history of the area, his family's attachment to it, and why it was so important for him to keep the place going. But business was business, and the money Dale would make on the 2 fields in question would provide him with a substantial windfall, hopefully enough to help him weather the financial storm. Night approached quickly, and John was delighted that the bumpy and uncomfortable drive did not take too long. After a short time, Dale stopped the tractor, pointing to the 2 adjacent fields he was selling. For the next half hour, John sloshed through the mud and grass in his boots, taking photographs of where his clients were thinking of building, while perusing the surveyor team's notes, comparing them with his own observations. Dale did not wish to accompany him in the survey, so stood by the side of a gravelled path, watching forlornly. Finally John had vanished, but just as he did so his eyes were drawn to a hill a few miles away, one which looked out over the entire area. It appeared to be uninhabited, with what looked like patches of woodland and grassland being its only distinguishing features. Despite its distance, the hill seemed to dominate the horizon, and without verbalizing it, he felt as though it was special or unique somehow. On returning to the tractor, he pointed to it, but Dale seemed unwilling to talk about that particular subject, answering any questions pertaining to it with an icy silence. It was John's job to keep a portfolio of land which he thought clients might have been interested in. With what to him looked like a beautiful view of the countryside, it would be something worth appraising for development, especially for a rich business person in love with the Scottish Highlands. On the short journey back to the farm, John felt compelled to continually glance over his shoulder at the hill and was convinced that his professional instincts were telling him to investigate it more closely. After some annoying persistence, Farmer Dale eventually surrendered his silence and spoke briefly on the subject, with obvious disdain for the unusual landmark. When asked who owned it, even if perhaps Dale himself was the landlord, but at the mere mention of this the farmer scoffed, saying only, "No one wants that place, and no one goes there neither." He would not say much else, but before John departed for the inn, the farmer placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and advised him to leave the hill alone, that it was dangerous and that he hoped he would never have to speak of it again. While Dale seemed to fear any mention of it, the overriding impression conveyed was that the old man was dominated by a profound sadness, one which was best left alone. As much as he was fascinated by the farmer's warnings, it wasn't the first time that John had encountered local superstitions, ones which he of course never listened to. Otherwise he might have lost out on a few good pieces of land or property throughout the years. The stories locals would entertain him with always seemed to revolve around older, more remote parts of Britain. In the past, he'd been told tall tales about abandoned houses which carried with them the stain of some murderous deed, or woods which would not be cut down for fear of what lived in them. But without exception, nothing untoward had ever happened. There was no solidity to the myths, and while he enjoyed listening to accounts of hauntings and strange beings which prowled the moors and open countryside, he had little time for them in his line of work. Such stories were a fun distraction, but beyond entertainment around a campfire, they served little purpose. Returning to the inn, he was tired and keen to get to bed, hoping to conclude any business the following day. But before he retired to his room, he decided to have a small nightcap at the bar. The landlord seemed amiable enough, and happy to have someone staying there as the inn's location often left it quite empty, but his friendly demeanour altered drastically at the mention of the hill. Much like Dale, the landlord seemed reluctant to give it any detailed information about it, provided his own words of warning, citing bad ground as reason enough to let it be. Whispers and subtle dissension came from the darkened corners of the room as locals seemed perturbed by John's questions. No one approached him, but he was well aware of their discomfort. His remark of, "You'd think the hill was haunted," which was intended as a joke, provoked only silence. The void of sound left John feeling unwelcome, and quickly he finished his drink and walked towards the stairs to his room. But as he did so, a young woman barely out of her teens gently touched him on the shoulder and whispered into his ear, "Please don't go to the hill. No one ever comes back." The landlord was within earshot and quickly chastised the girl for even mentioning it, then turned his back while cleaning a pint glass, saying in a stuttered tone, "You sleep well, sir. I hope you can conclude your business tomorrow and get back down to London quickly." To John, it sounded more like a warning than a simple good night. The next day he rose early and made his way downstairs to be greeted once more by the landlord. But the man remained relatively quiet, which John found odd since he'd seemed to be quite a talkative fellow when he'd first arrived. Dismissing his host as just another individual averse to mornings, John grabbed a light breakfast and then made his way back out to the farm to conclude the purchase of Dale's land. As he drove along the quiet country roads, appreciating the impressive landscape even in overcast weather, the farm came into view. But in the distance, so too did the hill. he thought that it seemed a little more prevalent or imposing than the day before, with its crooked structure leaning towards the village in the distance, but quickly shook those feelings from his mind, regarding them as the after-effects of the townsfolk and their superstitious behavior. And yet, there was something about that place. With only a few administrative duties left to perform, John was hopeful that he could be finished by noon and then make the long 7 or 8 hour drive back to London, finishing up some loose ends before taking part in his usual routine. On a desk in his apartment sat a 30-year-old bottle of Balvenie malt whiskey, which he'd pour a glass from after completing an important deal. This would be accompanied by a cigarette or two. The only time he smoked is he couldn't trust himself to not succumb to the habit. A takeaway meal, and the next day off from work to do as he pleased. These were the times he enjoyed the most, the conclusion of a deal and a little break before, once again being sent to another remote corner of the British Isles. Sitting in Farmer Dale's cottage, John enjoyed the coziness of the place and its antiquated decorations, which reminded him of his grandmother's house as a child. Many of the facings were original, and he was certain that much of the house must have stemmed back countless generations. Dale himself seemed in a more pleasant mood than the day before, making his guest a cup of tea and a sandwich while John prepared the last of the paperwork. As the old farmer pottered around with a kettle and a pair of cups in hand, John glanced through a nearby window, noticing that the house itself looked out towards the nameless hill a few miles away. Without thinking, he mentioned casually that those at the inn seemed wary of it too. And giving John his tea, they all sat down at the opposite end of the kitchen table, stirring his cup thoughtfully. There was another silence, similar to that of the evening before, and despite the cozy surroundings, John once again felt uncomfortable. Then, eventually, that unsettling feeling gave way to annoyance. Why should he not simply ask why people were so afraid of it? These were just superstitions, and it was madness to think that in the modern age people could still be swayed so easily by simple stories. After toying with the idea of remaining quiet, John finally broke the silence. "Mr. Dale, I don't mean to be rude, but ever since I arrived in the village, people seem to be acting strangely about that hill. They treat me like I've committed a crime just by mentioning it." "Well, perhaps you did," he replied. "Perhaps you shouldn't have mentioned it at all, son. With all due respect, I just wanted to know who owned it, as I thought it could be good for the area, an exciting property development." "Property development," Mr. Dale scoffed. "The only thing that should be done with that place is that the ground be sowed with salt. It's just a hill." "Just a hill." The old farmer trailed off for a moment, looking out of the window towards the uncomfortable subject of their discussion. "Mr. Dale," John said, this time more softly, "I've been to many scenic locations around the UK. I know that some areas have stories, they get a bad name, or just seem a little frightening. But in my experience, I've never come across any of them that couldn't be put down to simple superstition. I'll even prove it." "Prove what, lad?" said Mr. Dale, suddenly apprehensive. "I fancy a stroll before I head back to London. I think I'll take a look." Standing up abruptly, the farmer appeared now more anxious than angry. His upper lip quivered. He had the appearance of a man who'd been hiding a destructive amount of stress from the outside world, just waiting to be vented. "You mustn't go there," he shouted. "Please, Mr. Dale, I didn't mean to offend you." John's thoughts now turned back to the deal at hand, and with nothing signed yet, he didn't wish to jeopardize it with his curiosity. How would he explain that to his client? The old man slumped back down in his seat as his eyes glazed over, as if fighting a losing battle against an onslaught of terrible memories. I lost my son to that place," he said, trailing off. "Oh, God, I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Dale. Please accept my apologies. Let's just forget the whole thing." "No, it's not your fault." The old farmer smiled across the table with a sorrowful countenance. "No one talks about my boy. I'm not allowed to. The locals think that just speaking about him and the others will somehow bring more misery down on the village." After a brief pause of contemplation, he broke down, saying, "He was a good lad. We're not built to lose our children. Oh, God, Burying his head in his hands, he began sobbing uncontrollably. John didn't know what to say. He could only offer, "I'm so sorry. Is there anything I can do?" Wiping the tears from his eyes, Dale sat back in his chair mournfully. After a few deep breaths, he composed himself and then spoke, his voice quivering with held-back emotion. "No one knows when it started. No one knows why." "What started?" asked John, his compassion now overpowered by his curiosity. "I grew up in this village. Even when I was a boy, we didn't have a clue. Oh, sure. They talked about old stories, about a dispute between two powerful families which went back hundreds of years." Dale leaned forward, scratching the graying stubble on his chin before continuing. "But no one knew their names, at least no one who was
Excuse me. Okay, hello, sorry about that. My son came in the room. Oh, okay. So, I did not get the 10k XP drop, and that's A-okay. What happened was my laptop got unplugged, and then I lost a lot of FPS, and I was really struggling to work against the FPS, and I saw that huge XP drop, and I was like, no! The 10k XP drop was not meant to be. Excuse me. But I've just been chilling and listening to music and listening to some creepypastas, and then just recently I went down and got some supper. So honestly, it's really good that, because if I didn't get that XP drop, I would have been like, I can't eat with my family tonight. And I was like, that's just, I want to eat with my family. I can't just RuneScape it up. So if anything, I should probably plan these streams better. Kind of just do it and then set a goal, and then real life happens and I don't really think about the goal. Hey, Annie.
I was right about that book.
Which book?
The angel book. It's the lady your mom likes.
Yeah. I really found a book for my mama.
Yeah, and I asked her about her haircut.
Oh yeah, did she send you a picture?
I just asked her. I haven't received a response yet.
I just thought for the rest of the stream we would just hang out and vibe. You don't have to hang out and vibe. You can do whatever you want, honey, but if you want to hang out and vibe, you can.
Okay. I got nothing better going on. It's Friday night, and I'm pregnant.
It's Friday night, you're pregnant, and I'm sleepy. Maybe I got a little bit more energy after supper. That was a good supper Natalie made. She made tacos from scratch. I like those taco kits we have.
I spend a little bit extra money to get the Taco Bell ones because I just like the sauce better.
I do like the sauce. I just, ugh, it's really good. Excuse me. I thought, oh, sorry.
You're very cute, Cooper.
I know, he really demanded a lot of attention from me earlier. So I was playing one-handed and I was like really afraid I was going to lose my XP drops. I already lost my XP drop. I think I lost it at like 4.1k. And I failed, but honestly, it's not really about that. That was like my mini game I was playing with myself. But honestly, at this point, I'm just trying to stay awake until I can go to bed at a decent hour.
You stayed up all night?
Last night?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I didn't. I went to bed at a decent hour, and then I woke up wide awake. And I was like, oh, I have to go in the morning. If I sleep, I'm gonna be so sleepy to go over to Canada. I might even be late, and I don't want to do that. So I finished the night off by playing RuneScape. I wasn't actually playing RuneScape. I was sitting there with my iPad, and I made, I think it was 9K wine while I was watching videos. And then when I got done with that, I wanted to keep 10K for the stream. And when I was done with that, I started doing construction. I was just doing that to kill the time, listening to scary stories and watching scary videos. And
There's apparently a tech waiver we're supposed to be signing. It's the final reminder for it.
a tech waiver, is this something I should move for?
It means that they're going to be playing with power tools, basically. Learning with power tools.
Here's another thing about my boy. He will not give us the paperwork for anything to sign until at least 2 weeks it's supposed to have already been turned in. He's too busy thinking about other things. He lives in the moment.
He does.
It is really annoying when the teacher scolds us about him.
Yeah, and it's like, well, I can't
mismanaging
sign what I don't have.
Every single school year, we get everything on the list, and we even go out of our way to make sure he gets, like, nice stuff for school, because Natalie and I grew up in a house where we got, like, the cheap stuff.
Cheap stuff, yeah.
And that was fine for me, but we go out of our way to get, like, nice stuff, like nice folders, nice notebooks. We will skip out on, we will cheap out on some stuff. It really just matters in whatever we feel he cares about. And we got the binder, the notebooks, the folders, the pencils, and he won't take it to school.
Yeah, he's just like, I don't need that.
He literally has an empty backpack that he just puts his lunch in, and he'll keep all his schoolwork in his backpack, or he'll keep it in his desk, or he'll even take it out of his backpack and leave it on the table and forget about it.
There's Miss Bella.
Stinky Queen.
Stinky Queen.
I can't fault Dorian on that, though. Well, I can, and I will. But I know why he does it. Alright, he has another thing coming when he gets into 9th grade. What are you doing?
Well, I posted this.
No.
And I have, like, 20 people say congratulations.
Yeah, it's all, I went on like a huge family ramble. I was talking about the baby. You tell the audience what you think about the baby.
I am so excited. I've wanted a girl my whole life, just to raise a little feminist.
Well, Dorian's a little feminist.
I just told Dorian that today, that he's a little feminist. I said I would only care if he was watching red-pilled stuff on TikTok, because his TikTok's very... It's fine, you know, I look at it sometimes.
I see his TikTok. not anything I'm worried about.
So I said, you know, I'd only be worried if it was red-pilled stuff, and he said, what's red-pilled? And I said, well, it's mainly men who think they're better than women.
It's basically, well...
It's more nuanced than that, but he's 11, right? And he was like, oh, I don't think that. I said, I know you don't. You're like the most feminist kid I know.
That pipeline, man.
Yeah, we really gotta watch out for it, because...
I've been keeping my eye on it. It's not that he has to believe what we believe, I just don't want him to be,
like, hateful.
But, you know, I'm not too worried about it, because he's a pretty confident kid. He's pretty confident.
They usually target kids who are not very confident.
It's like men who are actually children who blame all of their own problems on women.
Your sister's been up since like 4. She texted me at like 4 a.m. She must be exhausted. Both of you were up early. I was up at 5 with Bella. But at least I got another hour in. Oh no.
Why did she wake up so early? She's probably uncomfortable. Because she's been talking about how she hasn't been sleeping well.
I really feel for people who have trouble sleeping, because I've had trouble sleeping my entire life. And it sucks. Oh, your poor sister.
What's a walking pad?
It's kind of like a treadmill without the, like, arm supports. It's like just a treadmill with just the treadmill part, you know? Tell her to try getting up and stretching for like 30 to 60 seconds. That should wake her up.
I've been that kind of tired before at work. It's miserable. But she works from home, so that would be even harder to have the discipline.
Yeah, to not just like lay down. Oh, also drinking a glass of water can help. Is she watching the stream? Is she getting this advice?
I don't think she is.
You should tell her to get up and stretch for 30 seconds and drink a glass of water.
I don't want to tell her what to do.
Well, you can say I suggested it. I'm used to being drowsy and miserable.
Yeah, you are. Tell Lance why you're always drowsy.
Well, I had a very rough childhood.
Oh, okay. Well, you don't need to go
involved interrupted sleep. There, that's all I said.
Okay, well, I was gonna say because of the baby.
Oh, that just adds to it. But I've been an insomniac my entire life. Might have. punch in the stomach just to feel alive.
Yep, just in here, make a one, make a one.
Yeah, so I was thinking about the parallels between my mother and your mother.
Is this something you wanna...
Nothing crazy.
Okay.
Just I messaged my mom about the baby clothes and she left me on red, and I was like, okay, whatever. You know, pretty normal. I messaged your mom because I found a book she'd love. And I thought to myself, if my mom was like your mom, like, you know, I would buy my mom quilting books all the time. I offer to buy her quilting books, but she doesn't want them.
She's more of a minimalist.
Well, when it comes to presents from me, anyway.
She's very much a minimalist in a lot of areas, except when it comes to crafts. Yeah, I agree. I think she gave me the most kind, thoughtful gift. She made everyone a quilt on Christmas, and I genuinely loved that quilt. She made mine Scooby-Doo. And Natalie got, what was it, Hello Kitty?
Hello Kitty.
And then Dorian got a gamer quilt. And she made one for everyone, every adult, every child. And Natalie's sister has, like, a basketball team.
Yeah.
That Christmas was very overwhelming, overstimulating. A lot of kids, a lot of adults.
A lot of dogs.
A lot of dogs, all in one small space. Maybe if it was at, like, the trailer, it wouldn't have been so bad. But I know why your sister was so anxious, and, like, I would be extremely anxious, too. I mean, like, that was obviously no way to behave. But it was a very buzzy house. Like, the vibes were just peak anxiety for everybody.
Well, one thing she's never done is stressed inside voices with her kids. Like, they're allowed to, like, just scream and yell and carry on and be super loud. And, like, I was always with Dorian, like, you're inside voices. You know, you can scream and yell at a park. Or, like, a McDonald's play place, have at it. But, like...
There's a time and a place for everything.
Yeah. Like, we're in Walmart sometimes and kids will be shrieking. And I'm like, you know you can tell them. You know, lower your voice, you're being too loud.
That's a tricky situation to be in. I've been game planning how I would handle a situation like that. Telling my baby no. I can tell Dorian no. But he obviously he's old enough to know why we're saying no, and we've taught him sometimes we get nice things, sometimes we don't, sometimes we're here just for boring stuff. But I'm a little nervous. I don't know how I'll be able to say no to Elodie. I have to.
Oh yeah, she'll be in the store and she'll want a toy and we won't have the money for it, and be prepared for her to carry on, and it's not fair and all that. And
I think you could finish shopping while I take her out to the car, and then when she calms down I can be like, I'm sorry.
I used to take the bus and walk everywhere, so when he threw those fits, the one time I walked from the station mall back to Queen Street with Dorian in my arms. Like a sack of potatoes.
Dude, not trying to throw shade at anyone, but there was a time where you were literally walking across town every single day and then week.
Yep. At Fridays and then back on Sundays.
When I say across town, I'm talking like
across town, yeah. It was like a 3-hour walk, I think.
Shitty. So Natalie made supper tonight, and she gave me a pass to finish my stream tonight.
Not like I ever say no to you.
Well, I've been wanting to do this stream for like over a week now. You do say no to me.
When's the last time I said no to you?
If I cross your boundaries, you tell me and I stop.
That's true.
I wish you would actually tell me when I cross your boundaries more often. Just because I don't know.
I'm a diehard people pleaser.
One of the things that really annoys me is when I am doing something that's bothering you. Oh, no. When I ask you a question, like, I'll ask you a question like, do you want to go here or here? But you'll answer what you think I want. People pleaser. And then, like, I will triple check. I'll ask you, like, 3 separate times. And then we'll do the thing that I wanted, right? And then you'll be a little bummed out. And I'm like, honey, what's wrong? And you're like, I just wanted to do that other thing. And I'll be like, girl, I asked you, like, 4 times.
You were very kind and came to Value Village with me today.
Yeah. Well, I knew your feelings were hurt.
Yeah.
And
my mom and sister went shopping yesterday without me, again.
And it really hurt her feelings.
I just was a little extra hurt because I'm pregnant and hormonal, but they do it all the time. I shouldn't be surprised.
I did not want to go shopping, but
we were 9 minutes in and out of the store.
Yeah, we were 9 minutes because my car was running
with Dorian
in it.
He was
I didn't want him to sit in a cold car, so I had
the clothes we got today.
Yeah, we were in and out.
Adorable. I found the cutest little top, and then oh my god, matching pants.
I like the matching, like the
and then
Halloween
oh my
one.
God, a matching headband to go with the outfit. I
don't think a headband. I thought that was lame, but I do like a lot of the clothes that she picked out. I think.
I know the brands that are good, and I make sure there's no stains.
Oshkosh Bagosh.
Gymboree, stuff like that. I actually got an Under Armour onesie.
The toddler and the newborn, they're all just shoved in with each other, and they'll give you a bag, a small, a medium, or a large, and they're all different prices. And Natalie got a big one, and we stuffed it to the tits.
And
I know we still have everything. 1 million more clothes to get because kids go through clothes.
We got 6 and 9 months and 3 months and newborn.
But as I was carrying the bag to the cash, I could smell, like, it smelled like stinky baby. And I was like, oh yeah, we're gonna have to, like, wash these. Like, probably send them through twice. With the deodorizer things, those little pellets.
Yeah.
Hey baby, you're so cute.
He's so cute. Look at that little tummy. Here, let me move this for you.
I'm really proud of Dorian. I was talking earlier on the stream that I was really proud of Dorian.
You should tell him.
I do tell him. I tell him all the time. And I make sure every single time I'm talking to him, I always add at the end, I love you.
You're a good stepdaddy. You're going to be a good daddy, too.
I try. I try.
She's watching. Our one dedicated listener.
Now that Holly's watching.
Shout out to Holly.
Oh yeah, shout out to Holly. Oh, you know what? I think Shayna would like to watch us play games together.
Shayna probably would like to watch that.
Now that Holly
Stepdaddy
is here,
oh,
you gotta tell her.
Just say daddy, eh?
Well, Shayna calls me Brandad.
Brandad, yeah. I've called you Dorian's dad before around my family, and they were like, "That's his stepdad."
I know I'm Dorian's stepdad, but I really don't feel like a stepdad. I really just feel like a dad.
Yeah.
Should I feel like a stepdad?
No.
Because I know sometimes when you're in a relationship and you have children...
It's just that you would have been 18 when he was born, so
Yeah.
sometimes when people do the mental math, I'm like, stepdad, so they don't think that you had a baby at 18. You know?
Yeah, and you were 24.
I was 22.
Yeah, you were 22.
But yeah, I should just say dad. You're just a good dad. Okay, what was I doing? Oh yeah. That book I got your mom is really nice. It's like a really good book. It's really good condition, like brand new. What was I doing? Cooper, what was I doing? Something. I was gonna message somebody? Was I don't know. Freaking baby brain.
Oh, I was gonna...
Shayna. I was gonna message Shayna the full name.
Oh, yeah. Like what Holly wrote.
Aww. Yeah, you just call Martha your dad.
Well, I do. I mean, I never refer to him as stepdad. When I'm talking to other people about my father, I'm talking about Mark, and I'm like, oh yeah, my dad.
You're right, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be insulted.
About what?
Calling you a stepdad.
No, I don't think... No, because I am Dorian's stepfather. But that title doesn't make me upset or sad or anything. I've just known him practically his whole life.
You've known him since he was 2.
And he grew up with me. And so... Okay, so, like, I was gonna hit on, like, sometimes people get into relationships and they have children. And it's very obviously a stepdad, stepmom kind of thing. And then I feel like I was lucky that I was with you for so long and watched Dorian grow up, because there would have been so many different boundaries between me and Dorian. Like, let's say he's 11 and I came into the picture.
That would be hard.
That would be a whole different playing field.
He agreed to be a San Angelo
So fast.
So fast, didn't even hesitate. He goes, okay, then I'll change my name too. Brandon was nervous to ask Dorian about changing his last name.
I wanted to handle that conversation when I had thinking brain power, but I didn't at the moment.
I thought you were just, like, nervous. So I just was like, oh, your dad wants to talk to you about something.
Hey, is my math wrong?
I can check on the calculator if you want.
Wait, hold on. I think I accidentally went over. I have to update my goals. Do I have to be... Oh, there it is. 110. So... I've made 7. Okay, so I just went over.
Oh, I see what you're doing.
Yep. So 2K, or 3K left. But looks like 2K. Oh. Well, why not... Why don't you tell the story about how I approached you last night about San Angelo?
He said, Holly would like to ask you something. And I said, shoot. And then you said that Holly wants to know if we will take her last name, Mark's last name, your family's last name. And I originally said, oh man, that's a lot of paperwork because I would have to get my health card, my passport, my ID, like everything changed, which is all different fees added up. And it really has nothing. I don't have any real like, super attachment to my last name. You know, my family's kind of shit. And I was just worried about the paperwork and the fees. And then I said it really is important that Dorian agrees because I don't want us all to have one last name and him still be mad.
Because that's what happened to me when I was a kid.
Right. I kind of felt sad about that your whole family was one last name and you were different. You were fine with it. You weren't sad about it or anything.
No,
but it made me sad.
I said earlier in the stream, I said I wasn't upset about it. I wasn't mad about it. Obviously, I chose to do that. But I did feel a very slight, not disconnect, but a very slight, a very faint outsider-ish. I'm a little bit different. And that didn't hurt me at all. That I wasn't upset about it, but I was thinking about having a baby, and you didn't want a man to force his name on you.
That's what happened with Dorian's father. He said, I'll leave you if you don't give the baby my last name. So then, you know, when we go across the border, sometimes they're like, why is his last name this and your last name's that? And, you know, I have to call, like, I'm Natalie Brown Dorian, you know, and they're always like, oh, you can't tell, you know, it's just, he's my kid. I've taken care of him his entire life. I gave birth to him. He's ours, but, like, his dad has no claim to him, you know what I mean? Like, his birth father has no claim to him, and it annoys me every day, it annoys me constantly. So I said, I don't want that with my next baby. I want it to be the same last name as...
Which is why I was going to take Brown.
Yeah, so then you suggested San Angelo, which is a very pretty name. It's a very pretty name.
It's Italian.
And I'm like, yeah, you know what, as long as it's cool with Dorian. And I kind of thought Dorian would be a little bit not game for it, but he agreed so fast.
He has really warmed up to my parents.
He really loves your parents. He calls them Poppy and Grandma Jamma now.
Yeah, because...
he's known them almost his entire life.
I don't know why, out of nowhere, because, like, they were picking out grandparent names.
And then Dorian asked us. It wasn't even the other way around. Dorian asked us, hey, can I call them the same thing the baby calls them? And I said, yeah. He goes, I'm a little nervous to start.
I think it's really cute. I gave Mama Jamma, I just started calling her that when we were in Indianapolis at the Children's Museum. I was dying. I was literally dying. But I love my mom, and I called her Mama Jamma for no reason. And it just kind of stuck. And then Mark said, how about your grandma name be Grandma Jamma?
That's a good idea.
And then I thought that was so cute. And now I call my mom Mama Jamma, and Dorian calls her Grandma Jamma. I think that's so cute.
It is very cute. Dorian's really warmed up to the family, and he's adored Auntie Holly. So he had such a crush on her.
Oh, I know. He had a big crush
like 4.
on Auntie Skylar, too.
Yeah, he's friggin'...
Sky, not Skylar.
Yeah, she's my cousin, but yeah, he calls her aunt. He could call her aunt. He doesn't really matter. I just view it as a sign of respect. I still call my aunties auntie. My sister was like, why do you call them auntie? You're a grown woman. And I'm like, it's just a sign of respect. I love them.
I had a big crush on Auntie Sky.
Yeah, he like wanted to know how related was she, and I was like, too related.
Okay, first of all,
I'm joking. She's 22,
she's like
24.
So she's literally double his age.
Yeah, I know, but he was like all like, so she's related? And I was like, she's also too old?
Dorian's got to go move down south.
He's just like, oh, she's really pretty. He used to say the same thing.
Sky's a beautiful young woman.
He used to say the same thing about Holly. Ooh, she's really pretty.
Yeah, but Holly, he was like a little boy.
Yeah, we'd say, oh, we're gonna go...
Holly says, ew.
We're gonna go across, and he'd be like, is Auntie Holly there? I'd be like, yeah, Auntie Holly's gonna be there.
It was a cute little boy crush.
I remember she gave him her little
Niffler, yeah.
toy, and he like kept it on his dresser, and it was like
He loved it.
his prized possession.
And not just like anything else that gets lost.
One time, I never told you this story, but one time, Christy, his grandmother, I forget what she said, kind of like, who's your favorite auntie? Kind of like that. It wasn't exactly those words, but Dorian got excited and went, Auntie Holly.
Oh.
And she was like, who's Holly? And I was like, well, that's Brandon's sister. And she went, well, what about Auntie Gabby, which is Aaron's sister? And Dorian went, who? He was like 4, right? And I was like,
poor kid.
This
is that's so upsetting. I'm sorry I laughed.
And I was all like, oh, you know Auntie Gabby. And I like, she got long hair and she's really nice. And then he goes, oh yeah, I like her too. And then he went, Auntie Crystal yells a lot.
He was such a cute little kid.
Very cute.
I wish I was older when we had Dorian.
When he was younger, yeah.
Because I was too young. It's not that I didn't appreciate Dorian, it's just that I was too young.
Yes, seriously, Auntie Holly's been the favorite, and now Uncle Levi's the favorite uncle.
Oh yeah, Uncle Levi is the favorite uncle.
He fucking adores Levi.
He loves Levi.
He always asks when we're going across, Auntie Holly, Uncle Levi gonna be there? And if I say no, he's like,
Levi and Dorian get along really well. It's kind of nice a little bit. I know it's a little rude, but during holidays when I see Levi, I'm just like, oh, thank God. Please take my son for a few minutes. Just for the day, please take him.
Like Christmas, they were 2 peas in a pod.
Oh yeah, well, they really do get along because they're both interested in very similar. Like, Levi was playing Clash Royale. I don't know anything about Clash Royale, but I know Dorian loves it, and I saw him playing, and I was like, oh,
and he
Dorian.
was like excited. Yeah, the little Niffler. We have it somewhere. I think it's in the basement. But that was
loses everything.
He loses everything. But that was his prized possession for years. Like,
he's a cute little boy.
He is a cute little boy. He's a sweetheart.
It's so crazy seeing photos of me and him when we were a lot younger.
Yeah, because
I was a kid and he was a little boy, and
you said to me, I'm not ready to be a dad.
Oh, and I wasn't.
I said, you're 21, I get that.
No, you did not.
I did too.
No, you said I was 22 when I had him. You're ready.
Yes, no, but the first time you said it, when we first started dating, I said that's okay. Just be his friend. And you were.
I was so awkward. There was that picture of me and Dorian on the couch. He's playing his little Game Boy, and I'm like sitting on the other end of the couch, kind of like peeking over, like, hey, what's going on? But I also had like a huge aversion to being touched, and I was nervous.
Well, when I was growing up,
I didn't know him at all.
My mom was always like, don't touch me, don't touch me, don't touch me. So I went the opposite direction. Like yesterday, Dorian, we were watching videos, and I was playing with his hair, and I was like patting him, and I was just like, I love you so much, and because I didn't get that as a kid.
Yeah,
so
I've gotten a lot more comfortable like, you know how I was.
Yeah, you're a lot more affectionate.
Now. I'm not afraid to, like, pat him on the back.
Yeah, like ruffle his hair
I'm afraid,
or something.
Or at least I was afraid that if I touched him, he'd, like, recoil, and that made me scared. I don't know why I had that fear.
I just remember hugging my mom when I was, like, 6, and she pushed me away, and she said, don't touch me. And I was like, oh.
And on that note, next time on Natalie's Trauma Hour...
My Trauma Hour? We'll have
a whole segment, like a whole...
Yeah, it's not trauma, it's just how it was.
It is trauma.
I don't like it.
That's actually trauma.
It was a trauma response on her end.
That's double trauma.
Well, I don't
Double
know.
trouble.
I don't, I hate telling people stuff about my childhood, and they go, aw, and I'm like, no, don't worry about it, it's not a big deal.
But on the inside, you're screaming. There's a little girl in there, that little Natalie, that's crying and screaming, and...
I just say that it's why I'm not a very touchy person. I don't like touching people. Like you and Dorian, and then the baby, and like your family all hug.
Oh, I am so uncomfortable in public situations where I'll have to, like, handshake or
hug or something. Like you said, is Shayna gonna hug me? I said, I don't think
I know,
so.
I was, like, relieved, because, like, I didn't think she would.
And then the first thing she does when she sees you is a great big hug.
Gives me a hug, and it's not that I don't like attention, like, physical attention, it's just I I don't want to make the other person uncomfortable.
Yeah. I know what you mean.
I'm like, am I hugging too tight? Am I making this weird? I get in my head.
Well, when you're a teenage girl, boys will ask to hug you just so...
Hey, where's my hug?
Yeah, just so your boobs touch them, like their chest. And I would, like, always do a side hug. I'd be like, I know what you're fucking up to.
I would say fuck off.
I did say fuck off 90% of the time, but, like, my close guy friends, who still skeeved on me a little bit.
Men are men, and
They
I know
are.
that because I'm a man. Okay. I'm a pretty progressive feminist,
Yeah,
but I'm still a man.
that's true.
And the reason why I know how important it is, or how difficult it is to be a woman, is because I am a man. Obviously, I wasn't going around trying to touch my friend's boobs, but...
I like your cape.
Thanks, this is Holly-Ann's clan. This is, we have a clan now.
You have a clan?
Yeah, because I'm so skinny. Holly's the clan owner. We have a clan, it's called the Red Hat Flapper Boys. It's a mixture of, our clan chat was called, the Boys Club, or the Boys. And then we went sailing the other day, and Holly said I have to wear a red party hat. And then Holly and I and Sherbly like to do the flap emote a lot.
Yeah,
so it's red-hatted flapper boys.
Your mom was going on and on about how skinny you are.
I'm a skinny boy. I've always been a skinny boy. My weight fluctuates, actually. Like, I'll either be super skinny or not super big, but my biggest I'll be is like 235.
You've never been 235.
I've been 235. No, 135.
I was gonna say you've
Sorry.
never been, because that's
No, okay,
my
so
weight.
like my weight is around 125, and I'm a skinny motherfucker.
Well, I had to convince your mom I was feeding you. I was like, I promise I'm feeding your son.
I eat.
I'm like, he eats a lot.
I do
He
eat a
eats the
lot.
biggest portions, and he always finishes everybody's plates, and like...
I was,
I promise he doesn't have an eating disorder. That's me.
I definitely have an eating disorder.
Well, okay, you don't have the restrictive.
What is that?
Restrictive is
No,
where
I'm
you
the
don't
opposite. It almost turned into a full-fledged,
binge eating.
What's it called when you throw up?
Oh, bulimia.
Bulimia. It really
I had
did get to
bulimia
that
for a
point.
couple of years, like 2 years.
I get my dopamine from a couple of different things, but the biggest one, and it's especially bad because of my diabetes, is food. I get so much dopamine from eating. I have a very bad relationship with food. And it makes my diabetes, it makes it so that much harder to control my diabetes. Just because I'm like, oh well, eat this entire cake and 5 boxes of pasta. I'll just take extra insulin. I'm not absorbing any of the glucose because my insulin's whack. My insulin is whack.
Your insulin? Whack.
My pet theory is, and this is just my own theory, I'm not a doctor, I think what's happening is, ever since I was little, I've had a fast metabolism. Like a ridiculously fast metabolism. And, you know, I assumed it would slow down at one point and I'd start gaining weight, you know, like you're in your 40s or 50s and you start gaining weight. But it's not slowed down. I think what happens is when I eat anything, my body just metabolizes it so quickly that it really throws my sugars out of control. I'm both insulin sensitive, but also I metabolize sugars so quickly. Don't get me started. Like I wanted that soda pop so bad, but there was sugar in it, and I knew if I drank it,
Bad idea.
I'd go to the hospital.
I left my sweater downstairs.
Now, I'm not even keeping track. Okay, when I get to 99, when I get to one wine left, I'm gonna take a break, and I'm gonna hold off on that one wine because I want to make sure I'm recording. I'm not recording. I'm streaming, but I'm not recording.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
And I want to record it. And I want to hold off on the wine. I'm gonna go to the cooking guild. I'm gonna get me a 99 skilling cape. Skill cape, check. I didn't realize the cooking. I've never once in my entire life had the inclination to get 99 cooking, and so I was googling where I would get it after I got my 99, and I saw the cooking cape, and I was like, oh, this shit's actually kind of cool. It's like purple. I wasn't expecting that. Sorry, I didn't mean to steamroll the conversation with my eating disorders.
Oh, that's okay.
That's why I had to stop myself from eating dinner. It's a battle, man. It's a battle.
Well, I gotta force myself to eat, so I feel you.
Hey, we push and pull. We're similar. Same.
But different. That's such a Boromir thing to say.
I don't even know who that is.
That's an even more Boromir thing to say.
We should watch that movie tonight.
We should. I'm pretty sure it's on Tubi.
I have to stay awake until at least 11.
Yeah, and it's only 6:30.
Oh my god.
Don't worry, I'll help you.
I'm not
stay
nearly
awake.
as exhausted as Holly Ann, though.
No, Holly Ann's at work
Oh.
right now.
I don't know if Holly's still watching, but now that... So I'm not the one telling her what to do. What were your suggestions?
Oh, apparently if you get up and stretch for 30 to 60 seconds, it'll wake your body up. And if you drink a glass of coldish water, like a full glass, it'll like start your, I don't know if it's your metabolism or what, but it like gets stuff going.
Yeah, moves the bowels.
Because
Bowels get going.
I
Lord of the Rings.
have such sleep problems, it's not even funny. So, another thing is, if you can, a 20-minute nap is exactly what your body needs, not 1 minute more, not 1 minute less.
Well, I think the thing is she's at work, and she can't.
I'm just saying, if she gets a lunch break, just sleep for 20 minutes.
I don't know, man. Because I've been that tired before, and if I close my eye and open it, it's been like 5 hours. I wouldn't want her to get in trouble.
That's true. Also, just laying there and resting is just as good as sleeping.
Yeah, but I feel like you'd fall asleep. Man, I feel so bad for Holly, because, like, I've felt that lethargic before, but, like, never when I was at home, at work at the same time.
Lord of the Rings. That's such a horrible thing. Yeah. I used to sleep a lot in class. I would have...
One ring to rule them all.
And in the darkness bind them. You haven't even seen all the Lord of the Rings yet.
I like the Lord of the Rings.
You just fall asleep every time.
Well, I enjoy it so much that I focus on it, but it's such a slow, easygoing moving that...
The last two are very, like, high-action movies. It's just the first one that's slow.
I always thought that, what's his name? The little, the main, he dies, but he's not dead, but he is dead.
Frodo?
Frodo, yeah. I always thought Frodo was a little bit of a cutie.
Oh, yeah, he's only 18 in that, eh?
Yeah, I look into those eyes and I get lost in the sea.
He's beautiful. He's like a beautiful person. And apparently he's really nice.
I like that show he was in. I liked it, but not enough to really remember much of it. So I enjoyed watching it, but it's probably not any greater than that. Oh, 2K, baby. Yeah, motherfucker. Oops, not that. Not there yet. There we go. Oh, we're in the final stretch now. Wilfred, where he's like you can't tell if he's crazy or if the dog's real.
Oh, I like shows like that.
The whole show is whether or not he's crazy or the dog is real and he's the only one that can see him. But from what I remember, the lore got really, really, really messy and like overcomplicated.
Oh, I don't like that.
So like some people are like, oh, he's actually a god, and then some people are like, no, he's just...
I am allergic to my deodorant.
Which one?
The new one.
Yeah, I figured you would be, but I let you get it anyway.
Well, here's the thing. So I'm not wearing deodorant right now. I know, pretty gross.
You're not, honey, you're pregnant. And
I know, but I need to get deodorant.
Well, dude, you have a pretty serious topical condition.
I am bleeding all the time.
Yeah.
My skin's pretty bad.
I was telling the audience about that when you were sleeping.
Oh, like how I went to the dermatologist and she went, oh my god, that's bad.
I felt bad. I feel bad for you. It looks really bad. But then you scratch and, like, it like, I understand that it makes you feel better in the short term, but it just makes it so much worse. And then you scratch more. You're literally flaying yourself.
Well, I know that. It's a lot of it's done when I'm not paying attention.
Sleeping, yeah.
When I'm sleeping, when I'm thinking of something else, I'll accidentally
Don't worry,
scratch.
baby. We'll just put mittens on you.
Well, actually, that's what my doctor recommended. I sleep with socks on my hands.
What if we got you, like, leather gloves?
Leather gloves?
Yeah. You
maybe,
look
like, because my hands
Ricky,
would sweat in the leather, so...
Dickie Roberts.
Maybe, like, mittens, like soft mittens? Like a baby
Something
hat.
really small.
You know when the baby first comes out, we're gonna have to put mittens on them?
Yeah,
they scratch
I heard
their
from
face.
their nails, they'll gouge themselves.
Yeah.
Oh
They'll
my
scratch
god.
their face and start crying.
How am I supposed to change the diaper? You go away from the vagina, right?
Yeah, you wipe
down? Okay.
You were gonna
because if you were to wipe up
have you ever dealt with a blowout?
A baby blowout?
Where it goes up their back and down
I
their
am
legs?
not worried about the poop because
good, okay.
I have been a lot of my working career has involved poop.
Because like Dorian's dad wouldn't change blowouts.
I'm not worried about blowouts. Dude, you know what I did to Bella?
Yeah, Bella has her poop problems. Like she had this morning at 5 a.m.
Yeah. Well, you want to tell the audience or no?
Well, Bella has
they already know that she's incontinent.
She sometimes gets poop stuck in her bum. That's really gross, but you have to physically remove it. And you gotta do it in the bath, obviously, and then you gotta wash her up and trim her and all that. And she hates the bath. Oh god, she hates it.
Oh,
so
yeah.
She shakes the entire time, makes you feel like a monster. But she had that at 5 a.m., like 5 on the dot. And I woke up, and then when I went to go put her in the bath, she peed on the floor, and I stepped in the pee, and I was like, oh, I was so... I wasn't mad at her, I was just like, what the fuck, it's 5 a.m., dude.
Yeah, it's...
So, like, I had to clean her, then I had to clean the pee spot, then I had to clean myself, then I had to feed Sunny.
Okay.
Well, Sunny's not really a problem, I'm just saying all the stuff I did at 5 a.m.
Most onesies are designed so that you can pull them down over the shoulders.
I did not know that.
What does that mean?
You can...
Oh.
I didn't know that. Oh, Holly, I gotta send you pictures of the clothes we bought once they're all washed.
So, we've been keeping an eye on Bella because obviously we can't have poop or pee around the house.
Obviously, yeah.
And she's been having a lot of accidents. But also, we have to start watching her because now sometimes her feces gets stuck in like a scab.
Yeah, it's bad.
So we didn't notice it at first, and I was skeptical. I was like, why is there no poop?
Yeah, because we're usually cleaning up every day, multiple times a day.
And then so you looked over,
and
then
went, oh
you
God.
saw there was something, like you thought there was just poop all over her backside, and there was. But I went into the bathroom to give her a bath, and to like try to clean out the poop in her fur, but
It was like a
there
plug.
was a huge mast, and I was like, okay, we might have to go to the vet like right now. And then there was like her anus was like, I thought it was prolapsed, so I start washing her, and then like there's like this really thick scab, and so I'm trying really hard to be gentle and to make sure like running like nice
Warm water.
not warm but like not cold, a little bit warm, lukewarm
Lukewarm is the word.
on her bum to clean her up. And then I found that like scabby thing, and I was like pulling and prying and trying to get it out of her fur, and I was feeling like this huge mass, and then finally I get the hard feces out, and just so much stool just starts oozing out. You were like
I
gonna
had to
throw
leave.
up.
I was gonna throw up. I almost threw up this morning. And before anyone says, do we abuse our animals, I'm getting her put down February 1st, most likely.
It's really sad. We've talked about it before. Anyway, her anus was not prolapsed. She had she was constipated, and she was still pooping, and then all of the feces just had nowhere to go, so it like bulged out her anus. And then once I got the constipated poop out, she felt so much better.
Oh, she was so happy.
But man, oh man.
Sunny is going to the vet after Bella goes to the vet. We just can't afford 2 big vet bills in a row. Well, we can, but they have to be a little spaced out. So Sunny will most likely go to the vet.
Because we're poor.
Yeah, Sunny will most likely go to the vet March 1st. But her scab has improved greatly.
Oh, it has improved. It looks so much better. A big part of why it was so bad is because she just would not leave it alone.
Yeah, she was chewing on it.
Which
but
is
it
why we
looks
needed a
much better.
comb. We need to get a comb.
So Sunny goes to the vet next, Bella next month, which
And-
is soon.
We gotta put Bella down.
Yeah, we do, unfortunately.
A lot sooner than we wanted to. But we have a nice little place for her. Allegedly.
Yeah, my mom says she can be buried by the garden.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, in case I don't know if she'll change her mind. I don't think so.
I don't know, dude.
My family's very mercurial.
That is a very nice word. What does that mean? Mercurial?
It means, you know, like how Mercury goes up and down?
Yeah. Oh,
Kinda like-
mercurial. I love
It's a
that.
nicer way than saying they're bipolar, because I hate that.
Bipolar is a completely different. Bipolar
But
is
people use it to say they're up and they're down, they're yes and they're no. They're
I'm
hot
up
they're
and down.
cold.
You can tell my mood has dramatically shifted in the past couple days, haven't you?
Yes, I can, because you did the dishes.
What do you mean?
Well, when you neglect cleaning completely and sleep all day, I know you're bad.
I was going through a really, really hard time. I was going through a slump. But I told you when I had that big conversation and I cried.
Yeah.
I got a lot of stuff
my
out.
baby.
Where I was telling you what was wrong. But it was all surface level, right? And so when I started actually opening up and telling you, like, exactly, like, the thoughts that I was having, it was like, I was communicating.
Yeah, that's why you get married. That's what I believe you get married for, is to have somebody on your team to talk to and to sympathize and to help you. People say that marriages are 100 and 100, but I don't believe that. Sometimes they're 50 and...
50-50?
No, sometimes they're 50 and 150. You know what I mean? Sometimes you have to take on the load of the other person. And that's fine, as long as it's not all the time. If it's
There's
constant,
a balance.
there has to be a
You're
balance.
saying there's a balance.
Some days I wake up and I'm like, remember when we wanted to go do the groceries and I had 3 hours of sleep and I said, no, I can't get out of bed right now, I can't do it. And you were like, okay, and you called and you set it up and you got it done, even though you were probably just as tired as I was. You took on the load. You like, it's just
Is that
like
getting in the realm of like what's it called?
mental load.
Mental load.
Well, it's kind of like there's gonna be a day probably where I'll say Elodie needs to go to the pediatrician, but I am too exhausted, and you'll say okay, and you'll just take over.
Yeah. But then, what you're saying is that vice versa, that also works.
Yeah, like sometimes I'll do the dishes because you are unable to.
And then sometimes it's like 20%, 20%.
And that's fine too.
Mental health is hard, dude.
Mental health is hard.
It's like, people say that, but I never really truly understood just
like
how
I said
difficult.
to my coworker today, I said my family is very dysfunctional, but I'm the only one in therapy. So to them, I seem like the squeaky wheel, and I said, no, I'm actually the only one getting the grease. Like, I'm the only one addressing the problems and working on myself, and that's not like,
It's a
tooting
huge
my own
process.
horn.
Well,
it's like, I just
that's
really
true.
am the only
You
one
really
in
are
therapy.
you are literally the only person in your family getting therapy. I took a fat load. We're in the final stretch, boys. We're almost done.
Hooray. You thought it would take all night.
I knew it. It took about 5 hours. I knew it would. I did the math.
Well, that's right, because I slept for a couple hours.
Well, a lot of this I wasn't actually streaming, so I've been streaming for about 4.5 hours. And let's just take 40 minutes off that from all the time I wasn't skilling. So about 4 hours of actual work. Poor Bella. Mr. Cooper, we get to keep for a little bit longer.
A little bit longer.
He's gonna be good with the baby too.
Yeah, it's gonna be his baby.
Yeah, whenever I roughhouse with you and he gets all defensive and he like nips at me and bites me.
Yeah, he gets mad.
Imagine just like trying to pick up the baby and he starts like...
And he just pounces on you like, that's my baby. When Dorian was younger, Cooper was constant companion, followed him around, slept with him. That was his baby. And I still say that, Cooper, is your baby home? And he gets all excited when Dorian comes home.
I was thinking about it earlier. I was like, I think I meant to say it and I forgot to finish my sentence. But like, it's so crazy seeing little baby pictures of Dorian and then like seeing him now, because like I see him every day. I don't notice him aging.
Yeah.
But then you look back, he's grown so much.
He's so tall, he's gonna be taller than you soon.
Oh yeah, he is gonna be taller than me, but I got the muscle on him.
I can take him.
It's a scary thing if your children become stronger than you.
Your mom was like, Dorian's gonna be taller than Brandon soon. I said, yeah, his biological dad is pretty freaking tall. Not super tall, but like taller than me. He's a wiry guy, yeah.
He's scrawny. That's coming from me.
And apparently the dad's genes decide when you hit puberty, and I don't know when Aaron hit puberty, and I'm not about to ask
Dorian
him.
has already hit puberty. He's going through puberty.
His voice will probably drop next year or the year after. Sometimes he talks and his voice cracks, and it's the cutest thing.
I'm gonna miss little baby Dorian.
I know, but now we'll have another baby.
Well, yeah, but...
And you get to see them from the
Look
very
how cute
beginning.
he looks.
I know. He looks a lot like
He
me.
looks a little evil in that picture.
That one picture of him, yeah.
Like he's...
I used to be so mad because everyone would always say, oh, he looks like his dad, he looks like his dad. And
He
I'd
does.
be like, well,
He looks just like his dad.
But, I see a lot of myself in him now.
He is.
The
I
older he
can
gets,
too.
I'm like,
yeah.
that's my nose, those are my ears, those are my lips, like...
Now we're gonna have a little Natalie running around.
Oh my god, poor kid.
Oh, fuck off.
Rest in
You
peace.
were adorable.
Oh, thank
you were a
you.
cute motherfucker. And it's a shame that the culture shamed you so aggressively for having, like, weight.
I was honestly a very normal sized
You
child.
were! That's the thing. I've seen pictures of you as a kid. You were a normal kid. But you were shamed
But we
because you
grew
weren't
up in the
skinnier than a fucking...
2000s,
Dude,
so-
like, I think I've already talked about this, but Natalie and I like to binge shows together. Natalie has a show she liked to watch when she was a kid. Oh yeah, thank you, Holly. And she said nice voice crack. Natalie liked Degrassi. We started watching Degrassi. We watched a lot of her other favorite shows too, but we really got into Degrassi for a while. There's this one episode where, at the beginning, Manny and Emma are in bikinis at the pool. Excuse me. And they're children, right? They're like 14, 13. I don't know. How old were they?
They're like 15.
15, whatever. But, like, Emma stood up, and wearing her little bikini, and she was so skinny. She was so skinny.
Yeah. And
like, to the point where I was like, oh my god. Like...
And I was like, that was the standard. If you weren't that skinny, you were a fucking whale.
But, dude, she looked sick skinny. Like, when I was, like, fucking ketoacidosis.
Yeah, all the popular
I shouldn't
girls...
judge her body, actually.
Well, no, we're just saying that was the standard.
That was the standard. You saw, like, the Britney Spears, just skinny as can be. Britney Spears, fat as a whale.
Yeah, they'd be on the cover of those magazines. Beached whale. It'd be like Jessica Simpson at 120 pounds.
It's so fucking awful.
I'm glad that culture's kind of died down.
Oh, it has immensely. Different kind of shitty culture going on nowadays, but
now everyone's getting Brazilian
women are still getting objectified, and there's still insane standards.
And commodified.
It's... Oh, what I was gonna say about your deodorant, just use the deodorant I use, the Degree Men.
Yeah, that should work? Where is it?
Don't use the one here. Let me...
What about the one you just bought?
Yeah, but I don't know where it is.
I know where it is.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Oh, I do know where it is. It's use that.
Okay.
That's because I also get... I don't know what it is. I'm not allergic to anything, but I think I'm allergic to something in some deodorants. Because I've completely broken out.
Oh, yeah, it was bad. I had a big rash last night under both armpits. It was bright red and really irritated.
So, use the deodorant I use, and the only reason I use that specific deodorant is because I know it vibes well with my skin.
Well, she gave me a couple brands to try. They're, like, unscented. But, like, when you're pregnant, man, you sweat like a whore in church. Like, I was sweaty today, and when I came home...
Sweat in church.
Why would a whore sweat in church?
Yeah.
Because she's in church, and you're supposed to be pure and virginal, and she's like, oh, shit.
What do you mean? Girl can't have sex?
Not for
God?
Not for God. For, like, when I was growing up, it was, you need to get married young, have lots of babies, but do not have sex before marriage.
That's fucking insane.
Only bad girls give it up.
Yeah, Natalie got Old Spice. That's the one that made her break out. She got the sensitive skin Old Spice.
And still I broke out.
And she broke out. I cannot use wet antiperspirants or wet deodorants. I will break out. No matter how... They made me use it in BMT. But thankfully, we were allowed to go to the BX, and I got a deodorant.
Here it is.
What's that?
The deodorant. And nail polish.
What are you talking about? How is it... Yeah, use that deodorant. I thought you were talking about the yellow one. Yeah, use that. Okay. That'll be good for your skin. If you do break out, then
I hope not.
We're gonna have to literally go to the fucking pharmacy and get like the... Huh?
I don't mind smelling like you. I think it's nice.
Oh, the deodorant?
Yeah, it smells like you.
Well, yeah, that's the only deodorant I use. I use the red one, I use the Sport, the Cool, or whatever, the green one, the red one. I don't think... It's those two. Those are the only two I use.
Well, I really smell like you now. That's nice.
Yeah, you love me.
You smell really good.
Thank you. You said I smelled like garlic today.
You did. Your breath was like really garlicky.
I was thinking, what could it have been? But I remember before I left the house, I ate that pasta.
No, I do put a lot of garlic in my pasta. I like garlic. I just, when you're not expecting it and you're pregnant, it's a lot.
Well, your olfactory senses are...
Well, somebody came into the store today. Oh my god. They stank so bad. Tell them about the poop chair.
Oh, no, I'm not talking about the poop chair. I
Why
was.
didn't you get into work today?
Was it? Okay, so I was trying to be kind and nice to Dorian because I didn't want him to make a scene out of it. But, like, I was like, oh, maybe someone spilled something. But I genuinely think an elderly woman or man was sitting in that chair and they shit in the chair.
Yeah, there was poop on the chair today at work. It turned.
Was
into
it really
big...
poop?
Oh, I'm pretty sure.
I'm pretty sure it was too, but, like, did anyone smell it? Anyone give a little lick?
A little lick.
Just a taste, just to see if it's poop.
Well, it ended
One
up
line,
being.
a little-
Apparently, it's not the first time this has happened.
Oh.
Yeah, so.
I was not gonna sit in that chair. That's why I was upstairs.
Yeah, so Christine dealt with it. She said, "You're pregnant. You shouldn't have to deal with this." And I was like, "That's very sweet of you." And originally, she cleaned it, put down a bunch of magazines, and sat on that.
That's fair.
And then they came out and were like, no, that's totally, you should not have to deal with that. And then they switched us chairs and they were going to get it professionally cleaned.
Oh,
but,
that's sweet.
Yeah, but like Christine had to call Nadine, the boss.
Yeah, she did.
And then the boss was like, oh my god, I don't even know what to say. And we were like, yeah, but there were customers, so we had to be vague. She was like, well, I know some people wear adult diapers, so maybe there was an accident.
Like, that's a sad fact of life. You're born in diapers, you die in diapers, you know what I'm saying?
One time we were in Walmart with my grandma, and my grandma was like in her 80s, and my grandma had white pants on, and I'm not even gonna, she pooped her pants in Walmart. And it was a big brown stain, and we were like, oh, Grandma. And my mom gave her sweater and tied it around her, and we got her home and cleaned up. But, like, my grandmother had no idea she pooped herself.
Poop has never bothered me. I've worked at a lot of different kinds of workplaces that involved poop.
A lot about poop this episode.
Yeah, we are. It's poop. That's, you know.
Poop edition.
It's never bothered me. I've cleaned a lot of different kinds of feces, and it's never bothered me. Because I know I can just wash my hands.
You're ready for a baby.
I'm not worried about the... What
about milky vomit? How do you feel about that?
Vomit doesn't bother me. Body fluids doesn't bother me. What I am worried about is cleaning her. So, cleaning her without getting feces in her vagina. I don't want, because that could cause an infection.
Yeah, most men are kind of silly and stupid about that, but you understand.
What do you mean?
Like you know, men find out women wipe front to back, and they're like, "What does that mean?" Like they're like seriously confused, and you're like, "Come on now, use your brain." But it should be okay. I'm not gonna name names, but somebody in my family, their child gets a lot of UTIs. And I'm like, you should look into that.
There's gonna, like, people are gonna, like, start actually, like, documenting the things that we're talking about. And make a really solid CPS case.
I never said it was a child. Oh, I did. I did say it was a child. Yeah, don't worry, I'm on top of it.
Yeah, unfortunately, the sad truth is we are on top of it. But I think that's all we need to say about that.
Yeah. And in other news,
I almost got 99.
I was gonna say, don't you have to update your little counter?
When I pass 9K, I'm gonna get the XP drop at 9K, and I'll have 1K, and then that'll be probably 20 minutes, maybe 15 minutes. It's always easy at the start, you have all this energy, but then when you get in the middle of the grind, you have so much more work to do, you're just really bogged down by it. But then as you get closer and closer to the end, it gets harder and harder, but then you hit a roadblock, and then you pass it, and
At least you don't have what the Harvest Moon games have.
What's that?
They have an exhaustion meter.
They used to on RuneScape.
Like, you wouldn't be able to do this. You'd have to keep taking breaks.
Exactly. Well, That's how RuneScape used to work in Classic, is they had a system called Fatigue.
Fatigue, yeah.
Yeah. And so you would have to...
I literally have to water half my crops, go sit in the hot springs, come back, water the other half. Because I had a 3-day stint of just rain, so I planted like 100 crops because I didn't have to water, but then the rain stopped, and I had 100 crops to water, and my exhaustion meter, I almost passed out a couple times. I was like, uh-oh.
A lot of poop this episode.
Yeah. We are gross, I guess.
We're not really worried about... I mean, like...
Nobody's watching. There's no offense. Just
no, it's for fun. It's for fun.
I mean, Holly's watching. She's not nobody. Just, I mean, like...
But, like, there's no wide audience.
Yeah, imagine these go, like, viral.
I would be very surprised.
People always say, like, oh, it could happen, but, like, the chances of it are very slim.
Would very much rather not feel like I was famous doing this, because then I would have all of these really insane self-inflicted obligations. I'd be like, oh, I have to be perfect. I'm performing for people.
I have to have the right opinions.
Oh, I wouldn't worry about stuff like that. I would worry about, like, playing the game efficiently and actually having a real stream, like a real setup with a real computer, and like be professional. And oh, okay, I gotta be funny. I can't just sit here for 50 minutes playing music, just grinding away. There's no stakes in these streams. They're just, I start streaming and I just lounge around playing RuneScape. There's no, I don't have to worry about viewership. I don't have to worry about an audience.
We basically just hang out with Holly.
It's just for fun. It is. I do like hanging out with Holly. I think it's fun. But also, I have the VOD of the things that I do. So, like, years from now, I can, like, just hop into a live stream that I did, and I'll be able to, oh, that's the time I got 99 cooking. You should... I was talking about... Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. What were you talking about? 9999999. Okay, it was only 3 nines.
Oh, it was 6.
6 nines?
Yeah, for 3. Alright, let's get this drop. Let's start flapping around. Ooh! Here we go. Only have 200k experience. Let's check my experience out. Here's my 98. So I have 200k. So just under 200k. So I will get the drop, and I'll do one last inventory, and I should be able to get it.
You gotta change your little number.
Oh yeah, thank you, I forgot. We're in it. 1k. 1k wine.
You should play a song in celebration.
Oh, when Holly gets off work, I'm gonna invite her over to my player-owned house, and I'm gonna make her a tea. Oh. And that's how I'm gonna celebrate. If anyone else on the clan is on, it's just me and Holly right now, I'll invite them over too. It's funny because this 99 is a sub-quest.
Oh.
Like, I didn't mean to get 99 cooking. It literally happened because I was too lazy to do regicide. Here we go.
Here we go.
Oh. Like that, it looks nice, doesn't it? That's clean. 10k wine. There we go. Let's do it. Let's get this last grand.
Has Holly played the new Animal Crossing update yet?
I think this badge is pretty. So we have a clan now, for real.
That's cool.
It's me, Sherbly, Holly, Levi, and Dodie.
She should try it. It's a lot of fun.
Oh, I'm sure she will.
Especially because of how beautiful her island is.
Yeah, we were gushing about your island the other night.
Just like it's...
You were the only person I've ever met in real life that's actually ever gotten a 5-star island.
I got a 4-star, but I don't know how.
I got a 4-star too, but that was
Not
as far
five-
as I could
yeah,
get.
not 5-star.
I was too clinical. Everything had to be perfect, and my obsessiveness over every detail, and like this idea of perfection, like really hurt me. I'd like to try again now. Maybe I'll like to try a new. Maybe we could stream Animal Crossing.
That'd be fun.
I think so. I don't know how to stream on Switch though. Oh, what was I gonna say?
Oh, I don't know.
I said, well, like I was saying earlier, and then I got distracted.
Yeah, I distracted you.
No, you didn't distract me. The game did.
Stop blowing smoke. She's funny.
I literally put tiles on my entire island, except in 6 places, so I could get a rock garden, and it was perfect. I got a full-ass fucking rock garden. All 6, all nice, and I accidentally broke a rock. And then it spawned outside the area, and I was like, I decorated my whole island in tiles. And I took all of them off the island. I am not doing that again.
Your island was also very pretty.
It was too clinical.
Oh, just do it as Belle says. Mine's always clean up your damn island, and I'm like, I got no
Plant more
storage
trees,
space.
plant more flowers. Too many trees, not enough flowers. Oh, we're doing it. This is actually I'm actually getting excited now.
That's good.
Dude. Fucking did it.
When that doctor, that ultrasound tech yesterday was like, it's a girl, I was like, oh.
So, I walk in the room, he calls me in, and then I sit down and I look at you and I'm like, do you know yet? And you're like, no.
I waited for you.
And then the doctor was like, okay. And you're like, do you know the gender? And I was like, oh, you want to know? We're like, yeah. I was like, oh, it's a girl. And I was like, okay. But I was so excited.
I was like gonna start squealing. I was like, yes!
I was a little disappointed it wasn't a boy in the sense that I wanted to name the middle name.
Yeah, well, you could
I would have
still-
been happy and disappointed either way. Both happy and disappointed because I wanted a boy and I wanted a girl. I was very happy that we were having a girl, and the fact that you were so excited to have a girl, like, the fact that you got what you wanted made me happy too. Apparently I'm the one who decides that. I don't know how. It's all in my genes, I guess.
It's your genetic code, yeah.
It's all in my DNA. I don't know how it works. I wasn't very good in biology. Cool as heck, though. Still don't really understand it very well.
I asked my grandma if she could make my diaper bag.
Oh, I really wanted to get that cool one at Walmart.
Okay, well, we could get one each. Nothing
That's
wrong
true.
with that.
Having a bag ready to go.
And she could say no. She could just say no, I'm not interested.
Have like 3 pairs of clothes and diapers and bottles and
So many clothes because they go through clothes like crazy. Oh, Girl Scout cookies. I want to eat Girl Scout cookies.
Holly says. Oh wait, Holly actually knows biology.
Yeah.
I'm the only one with the Y chromosome. She got 1 X from you and 1 X from me.
So she should look a little bit like both of us. I hope she gets your eyes.
Honey, if she was a replica of you, I would be so happy.
Oh, that's such a sweet thing to say.
I would love to have a little tiny Natalie running around the house.
Everyone says Elmira's a little tiny Natalie, but I disagree.
I also disagree, but I will say that our baby has always looked like a baby.
Yeah, they're very pretty.
I'm happy we didn't do those weird 3D.
Oh, no. I think they're creepy.
Those are really gross looking. Looks like alien mass. Undulating mass.
They look real creepy. Like
They look gross. It's the color and the texture that really grosses me out. That weird brown.
Yeah. For the 15th time.
That's funny. It's like windy. Just different
It's
vibe.
windy, yeah. It's heckin' windy out here.
You guys were gay, she says.
Oh, well, Brandon wouldn't let me buy onesies that said stuff on them.
Because they were gay.
Well, wouldn't some of them say that you were like, we're not getting that?
I don't know, like, I'm your little sunshine, and we will love each other always.
You were like, no. And I was like, you are not fun to shop for baby clothes with.
Putting a DVD on?
I'm putting Howl's Moving Castle on. Nice vibes.
I thought 99 was 14 mil, but I think it's 12 mil. No, it's 14.
Somebody tried to steal my Howl's Moving Castle DVD.
When? What?
In high school.
Oh.
I loaned out my DVD, right? I gave
Don't
it to...
loan something.
I know. I was a teenager, though. A year later, I'm at her house. You know how I am. I forget about everything. I'm looking at her DVD shelf. I'm like, is that my Howl's Moving Castle? She goes, oh, haha, I thought you forgot. And she begrudgingly gave it back, but she was, like, super not happy about it. And I was like, you know how expensive anime DVDs are? Jeez.
Back in what, 2009?
More like 2000.
13?
No, 2000, about 2006.
Jesus Christ, you're old.
2007, maybe?
You were, you were in high
wait.
school in 2007?
Wait, let me think about this.
Maybe you were like in middle school.
I think I was in high school.
What the fuck? What do you mean you were in high school in 2007? I
was
graduated.
I was 8 years old in 2000, right? 9, 10,
I graduated
11, 12,
in
13, 14,
2014.
15. I was 15 in 2007.
I graduated high school in 2014.
I had a baby in 2014. I am not that much older than you. You're making me feel old.
You are kind of coming off as a little old.
When I was collecting manga, they were $17, $18 a piece. Some of them were $25
When did you
for a
graduate
mug.
high school?
2010. I'm 4 years older than you. I would have been graduating when you came into high school. You're just like, why do you look like that? Don't have that look on your face. You take that off right now.
You're old as fuck.
You're making me feel old.
You and I...
You're 30 and I'm 34.
Well, like, growing up together, we would have been a vastly different age gap.
I would have been your babysitter.
Hey, buddy, what's up?
Can I have a ginger ale?
Yes.
He only comes knocking when he wants something.
He doesn't love us.
We could certainly We could certainly knock on his door and ask to hang out.
Yeah.
You don't see me. I'm
I
making
did yesterday.
wine.
I did yesterday. We
I'm
hung out
making
for
wine.
3 hours.
It is kind of nice when we have an opportunity to hang out with Dorian. Today we played on the computer.
We watched Funky Frog Bait together. And I said, he said, can we watch another video? I said, honey, I know you have friends to talk to and you got better things to do. He goes, no, I want to hang out with you. I'm having fun. You're the best mom in the world. I almost cried.
At the library today, we played at the
He told me
computer
about it. He was
together.
very excited. He said, I was playing with Brandon. He wants to call you Dad. That same thing. He's worried to start.
Don't call me daddy. You can call me fucking cunt.
Don't call you late for dinner?
Oh.
No, that's the saying.
Just don't call me late to dinner.
That's the saying, yeah.
That reminds me of that one song that your dad likes about the stripper.
Oh, but Patricia's the best stripper in town. I know the whole song. My mom was so upset with my dad for showing us it. We would ask for the stripper song, and she'd be like, oh my god.
I wanted to watch Rocky Horror with Elodie.
Yeah, you can.
Well, I was watching it, like, I hadn't seen it in a while, and then I watched it recently on VHS, recently, like, maybe 3-4 months ago. I don't know, man. But, like, I was watching it, and I was like, my mom let me watch this?
Dorian says, where's my tattoo? I go, right here. I point to Sam from Trick or Treat. I said, Dorian, do you think I should ask Elodie what her favorite horror movie is in a couple of years and then get that tattooed? He went, oh yeah, that'd be cool.
Her favorite horror is, like, the Halloween movie. That one that they play on Cartoon Network, that witch one.
It'll be like Coraline or something, and I'll get that done. I'd like to get a tattoo after I give birth.
Yeah, you're gonna get sushi, you're gonna get
A tattoo?
a tattoo, you're gonna smoke a shit ton of weed because you're a fucking drug degenerate.
Oh, hell yeah.
I know you've been missing your smokies.
It helps me deal with the feelings in my head.
Well, do you feel like you've made any, like, progress being sober?
What? No, fuck it. To hell with
What?
it.
No, fuck that.
Fuck that shit. Fuck that. You know what? Do you know how often I dream that I'm high? And it's awesome. And then I'm immediately guilty. I'm like, how could I smoke knives, hot knives, when I'm pregnant? Last night I had a dream I did hot knives. Like, you know, with the hash between the knives from the stove.
Yeah, see, that's where we came from, a different tax bracket.
Yeah, okay, well, anyway, I was like...
That's not true.
I was dreaming about hot knives last night, and then I woke up all guilty. How could I do that to the baby? And I was like, oh, you didn't actually get high, you dumb shit. I was like, you're totally sober.
Ollie says, I remember it felt weird when I started calling Marky Dad. Now it feels weird to call him Mark. It does feel weird to call Mark Mark. Like, I think I'll call Mark Mark. Like, to
call him
other
Dad.
people.
I actually don't think I've ever heard you refer to him as Dad to him.
No, because when I'm with him, he's Marky.
You really lucked out in the parent department, trust me.
Oh, yeah. Well, I feel like you got a little unlucky there.
Yeah, a little bit.
I feel like you and I got different playing cards. I had a better hand than you.
But I married into it.
Instead of marrying into wealth, you married into a nice family.
Which is just what I always wanted.
Like Cinderella over here.
Where's Cinderella over here? Yeah, like you're my
The
Prince Charming.
wicked stepsisters. No, but that would make Holly the wicked.
No, she's a... She's not a stepsister, she's a sister-in-law.
Oh, sister-in-law.
I used to feel like
Sally has
Cinderella
those
when we
dreams
would.
all the time.
My mom and sister would have these wild parties, and I would have to clean up after everybody, so my dad wouldn't have to.
They're gonna make like a study of you. They're gonna comb through my vlogs just to hear your stories.
There was one time.
They're
okay,
gonna make a full fucking.
This is kind of embarrassing.
Okay.
My sister was 2 years younger than me, but she was
Okay.
friends with everybody my age.
Okay.
So she invited all these people my age to a party.
That
and
sounds really predatory.
My mom and her were both hammered.
Your mom was at a party
Yeah,
hammered with how olds?
15.
So your mom.
Yeah, okay, that's not the point of the story. Okay?
I don't know. I feel like that's
These
a pretty big
really
point.
popular kids got super hammered. My dad was out of town.
Okay.
They vomited everywhere. I was on my hands and knees cleaning it up, cold stone sober. I put them to bed. I gave them a face cloth. I gave them water. And they went, Natalie, you're like really nice. And I was like, don't worry about it, Sean. Just go to sleep, you know? And they're like, no, like, you're really nice. And I was like, yeah, that's what I am. I'm nice. And then I had to go put my mom to bed. I had to go put my sister to bed. I had to, like, clean up after the party,
So
pick up all the
there's,
beer
like-
cans. And I felt like such a fucking loser.
Dude, there was like 55,000 red flags in that one story.
It was just so my dad wouldn't have to deal with it.
I feel like there's something incredibly. How many children were at this party?
30, maybe?
Okay, that's fun. There was 30
Underage,
underage-
drunk, all of them drunk as a skunk. Taylor was there. Taylor was drunk.
with one
Adult who was
adult.
also drunk.
who. How old was your mom?
You ever hear what happened at my Sweet 16?
Wait, I'm not glossing over this.
Okay, you're not glad. Okay, well,
You can tell me about your Sweet 16 after. Okay, let's backpedal a little bit. You had one fully grown adult
Yeah.
drinking with 30 children.
yep. And I was the only one sober in the house, and I cleaned up after everybody. And a lot of them were popular kids from cadets who like were my age, and they were all like, they didn't call me a loser. They just kept saying you're really nice.
Yeah,
Because
they
I was
probably
taking
would.
care of everybody. Because somebody
What
had to.
would have happened?
If I wasn't there?
Well, sure, if you weren't there, but what would have happened if for some reason the police came?
Oh, my dad would have lost his job.
Oh, yeah. He would have lost his job.
That's
I feel
why I
like.
tried to keep everything. There were fights, there was yelling.
Oh, for
I tried to
fuck's
keep
sakes.
everything.
That is genuinely an awful story.
So, Sweet 16.
Okay.
You know that's
all
a big
right.
one, right? Your Sweet
Your
16.
Sweet 16. Let's hear it.
Sweet 16.
Your mom fucking doing lines with toddlers?
Pull up, Sweet 16. They forgot. They forgot it was my birthday, so my mom felt bad, so she took me to Tim Hortons and bought me 5 cheese croissants.
Okay.
Because they were my favorite snack, okay?
Alright.
We get home, she says, we should have a party. Again, Dad's out of town. He's always out of town. Crystal invites all her friends. They all get drunk. My mom decides she's going to start piercing ears, noses, whatever, with a sewing needle. I had to take the needle away, hide it. I was like, you are not piercing teenagers while you're drunk. You're not doing that. And my friend Taylor was with me. We sat down
want
at
to
one
remind
point.
you that even though my sister's watching, this is going online.
Well, maybe you shouldn't put this one online.
It's like online right now.
Oh God, no! My life is ruined. Everyone's gonna know I'm a loser.
I feel like your mom.
She was sick.
Okay,
She
yeah,
was sick.
but yeah, she was. That is. You know what? You know what? Let's
You just go back and scrub the audio, okay?
I can't. This is already online. It's online right
God.
now.
Oh no! I don't really care. They're never gonna watch this.
I'm not worried about your mom watching it. I'm worried that, like,
There's statutes of limitations. They don't know where we're from.
we have given away so much PII.
Excuse me.
My name is fucking.
I was joking. It was
BopsMcPops.
all a joke.
It's all a joke.
It's all a joke. I was joking. It was just for entertainment purposes.
Yeah, her mom is actually a nice,
Stable individual.
stable individual. Oh my god, Natalie.
But you know what I'll never forget? Taylor sat me down and she said, "Happy birthday." And I went, "Love you, bro." And now she's dead. That's true.
I
She
can't
is
tell
dead.
how many, like, people... Like, I feel like I actually might get pretty popular online now.
Just from my
Just
bullshit.
from your stories.
Just like Papa Meat and Nick's stories. Everyone's like, Jesus.
Yeah,
More
but
lore for the Nick backstory.
they're not gonna watch for me goofing around playing RuneScape. They're gonna, like, oh, where's Natalie? Tell that story about that time the mom fucking decapitated a squirrel and ate it.
Speaking of that...
Oh, for fuck's sakes,
I'm
okay.
joking. I'm joking. But I really had you the first half, right? You
Well,
were
I
like,
thought you
"Oh,
were gonna
wait."
lead into something like...
I could tell you stories that would be like, "Oh God, that's upsetting," but I try to keep it light.
That's keeping it light, dude?
I don't know.
I feel like some of these stories are meant for, like, at home. I feel like maybe some of these stories...
Oh, I don't care.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I guess, should I care?
I don't know.
Oh, you're freaking me out, man. You're freaking me out.
Well, I mean, like, I don't think... Like, there's certainly stories about my parents being kids, right?
Right.
That I wouldn't feel comfortable sharing online.
Oh.
They're like... Holly, you read
Can
that.
confirm, Natalie's mom is very normal and nice and so normal. Thank you, Holly. See? We got confirmation. I just like entertaining people. Nothing I say is true.
Well, you do embellish.
I embellish.
You are a very good storyteller, though.
Thank you.
But when you embellish, you are embellishing, but it's just because you're a really good storyteller. But you never lie.
I'm a huge liar. That's why my last 3 letters of my name are L-I-E.
I need to tell the audience that story.
Well, my name's Natalie, and it ends with L-I-E, and the girls in my class used to say, Natalie's so manipulative, she's such a liar, that's why the last 3 letters of her name are L-I-E.
I was talking about the website.
Oh, well, when I was in 8th grade, these girls made a website about me. Remember Pixo websites?
Yeah.
They made a Pixo website about me, and what a manipulative, two-faced bitch I was. And there were actually pages to it. And they took really unflattering photos of me, and they spread it all around the school. And the irony to it is the girl who was in charge of the website, her dad was in charge of the cybercrimes unit at the police station. So my parents were horrified. I'm not gonna lie, I cried. It was hurtful.
Yeah, I would too.
They were supposed to be my friends, but apparently
They were supposed to be
not.
your friends?
Those were my friends.
It wasn't
not my
even like your...
bullies. No.
Oh, Jesus, okay.
Those were my friends. And,
Kids don't understand how cruel they're being. They
Yeah.
don't understand... They don't
well, the worst
know.
thing is everybody agreed with it. Everybody in my class was like, yep, seems right. And I was like, you guys don't even know me. I just changed
You were
schools.
an abnormal child. You were an anomaly. You were an anomaly.
Oh, yes.
You were a very strange child, but I feel like you had every right to be a strange child. And yeah, you were kind of an asshole as a child, but I feel like you had a pretty fucking good reason to be.
I was, you know, bullied a lot. A lot. I can't...
You were just broken. And they picked up on that, and they're like sharks in the water.
Oh, exactly. They smell blood.
But I don't think children...
Well, they weren't aware that they were being cruel.
I think they knew that they were being mean. I can't speak for you or your... my idea is that children are cruel, and they are mean, and I feel like they do have the intention to be mean, but they aren't aware of how severe...
You know, the thing is, people assume that if they pick on you, you go home to a happy, loving family. And you're safe
I don't
at
think
home.
they assume anything. I don't think
but
they have the
really
foresight.
Do think that they don't think that you go home to more chaos.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I don't think they have the ability to think that far through. I think... I don't like this
Jesus
kid.
Christmas, says your sister. Oh, she's funny.
I don't like that kid. He smells like peas.
There was a kid in my high school that smelled like cat pee all the time.
That's probably because...
He was valedictorian. but like people called him Cat Piss for a while, but then he joined the football team, and then he was just like a football player.
Imagine him smelling like cat piss and then getting in all that uniform and stuff, and then like sweating in it.
Could you imagine that guy ends up watching this and he's like, "It's me! They're talking about me!"
No, he's probably thinking, what a loser.
What a loser. But, like, it was strong. Like, he would pass you in the
like
hallway.
Ammonia.
Yeah, and you'd be like, holy.
And he finished killing a guy and scrubbing it clean.
Oh, look, you're at 64.
64, baby! 64, baby! Yeah, the stream was, like, very, like, if this does become, like a... Oh, did you see this stream? It's, like, 99% of its watch-through is, like, 0. And then...
There's replayed parts, and it's just my trauma.
Your trauma.
I'd like to write a book someday.
Yeah, I feel like... Wonder if he grew up in a meth house. Oh.
Oh,
That's
I never
actually...
even thought of that.
Yeah, the ammonia... Well, I don't know if there's ammonia, but that makes sense.
He was a nice enough guy. I knew a girl who... My best friend was sleeping with him at the park down her street.
What?
She would hook up with him in the bushes at the park down her street.
Oh, when we
She
started
was
dating,
in
I was
love
living
with
with
him.
my mom, and you were living with Aaron at the time, and so we had no privacy, so we got a hotel room, but we're adults, and so we could have done that.
I remember Aaron would be like, "Going to the hotel with your boy toy?" I'd be like, "Yup, he's awesome.
Thank you.
Better man than you are."
That's not very hard to...
Well, the bar is low, but you are a good man. I tell your parents that all the time.
I try to be. I try to be my best. I know I fall short a lot.
That's not 22!
22.
You're almost
Electric
there.
Boogaloo.
Is Holly ready for tea?
Well, I'm gonna wait till she gets off work.
Oh, yeah, when she... Oh, probably not till 11, eh?
She gets off at midnight.
Oh, wow. So you're gonna have to stay up.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna train construction. Maybe I'll keep the...
Can you play a song when you're done?
Sure.
Here we go.
Okay. I want to see how close I can get.
Your math was wrong.
No, this is... I have one more. Yep. Alright, boys. Boys. Red-hatted flappers. Do I need a fucking chef's hat? Fucking, let's go kill some gobbies. Let's go kill some gobbies with a stick. Until I get a chef's hat. I'm just going Insano style.
Yay, you
What do I
did it.
need? I didn't do it yet. I got one wine left to make, and then I'll do it. First, I want to make sure my music is on. Okay. And let me get my runes. Oh, I spent a shit ton of runes on my house. I need to get more runes.
What do those do?
They're basically like... It's like how you cast your magic spells. Like runes, you know? And I got my... Just in case, I don't know if I'm gonna need it or not. I need a chef's hat. Alright. Let's head off to Lummy. Fucking gonna bash some motherfuckers with a stick. Until I get a chef's hat.
There's a big spider.
Ah. Let's see, first drop, first drop. First drop. Chef's hat. Oh, okay, I'll take it. Chef's hat, second. No, it's not 10K, it's 100.
He's gonna buy one.
I need, money. I don't need 10K, I need 100K.
The level that you need.
Smack some gobbies. Need a chef's hat. I don't know why I'm not buying it. I could.
Why would a goblin have a chef's hat?
They steal stuff.
Why wouldn't you just buy one?
I could. Oh, what? I hit a 2? What are you talking about? I hit a 2. Are you crazy? Okay, that's embarrassing. I'm going back to defense. I feel like that's really embarrassing. I got some water runes. Smacking gobbies, smacking gobbies. Perfect Bill. I didn't know that was his name. Just bones. Give me that chef's hat. Come on, give me it. Give me the drop. I'm an Iron Man sometimes, only when I want to be. Ah! Could I also go? I don't even fucking want it. Fucking give me the goddamn kebab.
What's wrong with a kebab?
I wanted the stale baguette, and I was like, is this it? Could I get the stale baguette while I also get my 99? But no. Yarg.
I don't know what the chef says.
I'm also a pirate. Look, 43 soon. Oops.
Are you just waiting for Holly?
Yeah, the cooking guild's right here. I don't know if I actually need to go in. That's not the, yeah it is. Okay. There he is. Head chef. Hey baby. Hey girl. Alright everybody! We're in the Chef's Guild! There he is!
Rock fancy clothes.
Oh, this is cool. Look at this. Remaining XP 106. Man, I'm excited.
Tell her you'll wait for her, make sure she knows. We're waiting. I always think of that gift.
Oh.
Excitedly, not rudely.
I really hope she has a level. I think it's like 30. My gay little guy.
You look great.
Thank you.
Oh, baby just kicked.
Oh, the baby's coming over. Elodie's waiting too.
Elodie's waiting too. I showed Dorian the doll I'm gonna give her, and the bear I'm gonna give her. Is that Holly?
Oh, she ran upstairs. Where'd she go? I gotta wait for her downstairs. Hey! Recording. Oh, dude. Okay, I'm not gonna waste Holly's time. I know she's at work. You ready?
Ready.
What? Oh, it didn't ferment.
Heck yeah.
Oh. I got really scared for a second.
What?
It's like, easy. Oh, Holly. Oh. Oh, hell yeah. I never liked floats. Oh, dude. Hell yeah. Oh, Holly's dancing. First time. I gotta change the text.
Your mom got haircut.
Oh, that's nice.
She got her came off. She even sent the pile of hair.
Jeez, look at that.
She's funny.
We did it. I was recording. I hope the recording is okay. I'll check. It's like a leggy mess. I'll watch it later. I don't care if it's a leggy mess. We did it.
Read it so loud.
Don't. Or do.
Don't read it out loud. The second message from her.
Keeps red. Oh wait, I didn't think about this. I forgot. What is the... Flippin' omelets. Flippin' meat. Whoa, that's a big pie.